Wonderful.
Now I'm
Wonderful
no.
news.
Now I'm recording. I just
Ladies
started
and
recording.
Oh,
Just-
now you're recording? You
yeah.
didn't hear my wonderful story about the theater? This is
Nope.
terrible
I'm
news.
sorry.
Anyways,
Your story was all right,
welcome,
I guess. I wouldn't
lady.
call it wonderful.
My story was phenomenal.
Okay. Well,
Welcome, ladies and gentlemen, to the greatest movie ever created,
welcome back to the
The
rat,
Mandalorian
the
and
rats.
Grogu.
Oh, oh.
That should be assumed. They clicked on the thing.
Well, you never know. You might have been autoplay. You never know. They might just like get
That's true.
slid
If
right in here.
somebody auto plays into this video, I'm sorry.
Yeah.
That
You should.
what were they watching before this?
The last episode we did, which was
Either
on
it auto plays,
the last episode we
which
did,
was on
which was
what?
on the movie Obsession. And if you haven't seen it, you should go watch Obsession, the movie, and then you should go watch the podcast because it's good.
Yes, and you should give
It's
money
much better.
to Curry Barker.
It's much better. Yeah,
It's
you should
much
give
better
him your money instead of John Favreau
instead
and
of the
Dave
Mandalorian
Filoni.
drug.
Oh, sorry, Trapper Wolf.
And more. Don't forget Martin Scorsese.
Well, Martin Scorsese already got his money. He got the money and ran.
Yeah, he got the money and ran. Good.
But you know, I don't know about you, but there I was, right, in the colony, in the rat colony. I was just minding my own business, scurrying, scuttling, scampering, you know, whatever rats do,
Eating cheese.
eating mountains of cheese, and suddenly I start hearing a rumor going around among the colony, and they're like, "There's a new Star Wars movie coming out." Really? It's been 7 years since we had The Rise of Skywalker, which I must, you know, stress, one of the worst movies maybe ever made. Just out of cinema in general.
Yeah, it's up there.
It's pretty terrible. But
Wait, what's the second one called of the third trilogy?
The Last Jedi.
The middle one?
That one's pretty bad
The
too.
Last Jedi. I still don't remember. There's one of them that I never saw, and I don't know which one it is because I've watched so much content
You haven't seen
on them.
Oh, well, that's interesting.
I don't know which one it is. It might be the third one.
Maybe that's for the
But
best.
I feel like I have such a like recollection of somehow Palpatine's return.
Well, that was definitely The Rise of Skywalker. Somehow Palpatine returned. Well, I think, you know, before anything, I think this movie is probably actually going to take less time to go through scene by scene than Obsession did, despite this movie being much longer and much more like packed with, I guess, stuff. Because there's just
50% of the movie is filler.
There's
50% of the movie is transition scenes.
There's nothing to talk about in this movie. There's nothing in terms of like a story even. It's not a story. It's a series of events that happen. So
my notes are literally one note and then another note and then another note and then, which is what it feels like watching the movie.
And then this happened, exactly. So I think being that we'll have extra time at the beginning and the end, I think we should probably open up maybe by just talking about like Star Wars in general and like what the state of it is and what our experiences with it have been in the past. Then we can go into the movie, and then after that's done, maybe talk a bit more about like how does like what's going on with Star Wars, what's the future with it, how does it fit into like maybe other things that are happening in the media landscape, because that's honestly more interesting to talk about than
this stupid movie
itself.
When did you first watch Star Wars? What was your first experience with it?
Oh, I was really young. I think I was like 10 or 11 maybe, and my parents were like, "Oh, we're going to watch the first two original Star Wars movies." And like we did. We watched A New Hope and we watched Empire, and I remember thinking they were both pretty good. And then they were like, "Okay, now don't watch any of the other ones because they're all bad, including Return of the Jedi." But I was like, whatever, I'm going to watch them on my own. So I watched Return of the Jedi, and, you know, as a kid, obviously, I really liked these movies. Very into them. But, you know, as an adult, looking back on it, I wouldn't say I'm exactly a Star Wars fan. Like I
Uh-huh.
don't stand for it, you know. I'm not like I don't go to like conventions. I'm not that invested in the brand as a whole, and I wouldn't say they're like my favorite movies ever, the original three, but they are pretty good. Uh, they're definitely classics, and if you
Hmm.
enjoy movies and like cinema, you should watch them because they're like probably the most transformational movies that have ever come out in terms of like how they changed movies in general and like established the identity of the blockbuster as a thing.
Yeah.
So yeah, those are kind of my thoughts on the first three. What about you? What do you think about the OT?
My first experience with Star Wars was, I think, the same age. We did a week where in like 7 days, we after school every day, we'd all sit down as a family and we watched four, five, six, one, two, three. So we watched them in order that they came out. And as a kid, it's Star Wars is enjoyable. It's cool. It's fun to watch, but it was never like you. It was never really something that I cared about that much. And my hot take as a small child sitting around the lunch table talking about books and stuff or movies or whatever with my friends is I liked the prequel trilogy more than I liked 4, 5, and 6.
That is a hot take, and
It wasn't hot
I
take.
disagree. I disagree
Now
quite
that I am now that I am
significantly.
aged, I disagree with my former self, but it was out of like I had normie brain. I like there's so much the fight choreo in 1, 2, and 3 are just so good. And that's what Star Wars was to me. It was lightsabers and force. So
It was a
1, 2,
movie
and
about
3 were
space
just so much
wizards
more
for children,
enjoyable.
as they say.
Yeah, it was for children. It didn't need to make sense.
Yeah, it
It
was
didn't need a
complete
story.
nonsense. But I'm glad you
And
brought
they
up the
took that advice when
prequels.
they made this movie.
Yeah, pretty much. I'm glad you brought up the prequels because, you know, newsflash, they're not very good. But, like, at least they, you know, they were made with integrity and heart.
Hmm.
There was an artistic vision behind these movies, and it wasn't, like, insulting. It was just kind of
Uh-huh.
poor quality, and the prequels actually did, like, a lot of good in terms of how
Yeah.
they expanded the universe and got people really interested in Star Wars who weren't
Hmm.
before. The prequels, you know what? I'm glad they happened, even though they weren't so good. I am glad they happened.
My favorite uh like lore from the making of Star Wars is I think the best fight scene in all of Star Wars is the duel between Qui-Gon, Maul, and Obi-Wan in The Phantom Menace. Like that I can recollect. Maybe not the one that makes the most sense or is the best objectively, but the coolest looking fight scene I think is that scene.
I think I
And my
actually agree
favorite
with you. Or the
my
Anakin Obi-Wan fight in Revenge of the
yeah, that
Sith.
one's really good. But my favorite like little factoid is that fight uh between the three of them. George Lucas had to have it slowed down 25% because they were so good at the fight choreo and were doing it so fast that it didn't look real. So he had to slow down how fast they were fighting. And it's
Yeah,
like,
that's
if
pretty
you
cool.
watch it, it's like really, really fast. So to imagine them doing it 25% faster is like mind boggling.
Yep. Yeah, prequels, they had some good stuff mixed in with the bad. Um, but the prequels also led to the creation of the Clone Wars, which is a show that
Is one of
is
the most beloved pieces of
it's
media in the world
it's
for some reason.
endlessly glazed by Star Wars fans, like constantly, and it is not great.
Yeah.
Like
It and
that might be a hot take we could have put in like the hot takes video, but TCW is like really not great, and I don't want to like make a video covering it because I'm not interested. But like,
yeah.
if you want to understand why maybe we would say that, go watch Sheev Talk's video on the Clone Wars. He has several. He does a very good job explaining why they're not so great. Go watch them.
I have never seen the Clone Wars. I haven't seen any of the animated things,
I've seen
but
all of the Clone Wars. Seen
in
every
passing,
episode.
I've seen clips and stuff. And the biggest part to me, I don't know when it is. I don't know why it happens, but they used time travel at one point,
That's in
and
Rebels.
that just like, yeah, that's just one of those things that like whenever you introduce that, it's just no longer canon. It can't be real.
Yeah, time travel is one of those. It's like the multiverse. If you're gonna
Yeah.
put it in your movie and you're not like super talented to the point where you can handle the implications of something like that in your story, it's going to like have a problem and it's going to poison everything else in your story because the
Mm.
mechanics they're just too complicated for people who aren't really attentive to the details.
Yeah.
But talking about the Clone Wars, there was also Star Wars Rebels that came out, and I watched some of it when I was a kid, and I remember thinking that it was worse than the Clone Wars,
Mm.
and that's about all I really remember. Oh, there's also a character from Rebels who is very important to the movie we're talking about today, as a matter of fact.
Really?
It's Zeb, the monkey guy with the bow staff.
That's what he's from.
He's from Rebels. Yeah.
How
He's
does
a
he end up in the Mandalorian story?
I don't know. I've got no clue. I haven't finished Rebels, and I'm not going to, and I have not seen The Mandalorian, the TV show, and I am not going to see it. So
I
that's a mystery.
I'll save my next hot take for when we get there in the chronological order of Star Wars stuff. But
I think
after
I
the
know what it's
Clone
going to
Wars,
be.
after the Clone Wars and Rebels, the next thing to come out was Force Awakens, right?
Yeah, and it was
When
it
was that? It was
was
like 2015,
2014,
2014.
or was it a? It might have been 2015. Actually, no, it would have been right because they wanted to do a movie every
Yeah, it
year.
was 2015.
They did
Hmm.
TFA, then they did Rogue One the next year, then they did The Last Jedi, then Solo, then
Yeah.
The Rise of Skywalker. But
So the Force Awakens come out. Did people
widely,
like that movie when it
oh
came out?
yeah, it was like beloved when it came out.
Really?
It really united the fan base, really, which is part of like kind of a funny narrative with the sequels that we'll talk about. But
Uh-huh.
TFA was really widely liked when it initially came out, but then like over time the fan base has gradually kind of turned on it
Hmm.
to the point where now it has quite a bit worse of a reputation than it did before.
Yeah. I
But
think
it's
I
bad.
told you
It's
about
really bad.
this.
It's a really bad movie. It's terrible. Terrible film.
I think I told you about this, but and I don't know the credibility of it, but I've seen like headlines on Instagram saying that Disney has been floating the idea of publicly decanonizing the sequels and just saying they don't actually exist so they can reboot Star Wars and attempt to make more money.
Hey, listen, as much as I would be cool with that, I don't I think it's pretty low chance that'll actually happen, and I also think that if it does happen, whatever they make in its place will probably be bad as
Yeah.
well. So,
They don't
you
have a
know, there's
great track
that.
record.
Yeah, they made like one and a half good things since they've taken over Lucasfilm.
Yeah. And one of the things they decided that they're gonna accordion it into two seasons instead of once into a bunch of seasons, and they ruined it for all of us.
They
They
didn't.
ruined it.
I wouldn't say they ruined it,
They
but
didn't ruin it, but we could have had more. And I wanted
after the
more.
Force Awakens, the next year came Rogue One, and this is the half good thing that I was talking about
This-
because Rogue One is a weird movie. Like the first two
uh-huh.
thirds of it are just as broken and problematic as every other Disney Star Wars movie, and then like the last third is remarkably better.
Yeah.
Like
It's actually enjoyable at that point.
I wouldn't say it's like great or anything, the final act,
Yeah.
but it's like it's leagues above anything else that Disney made.
Yeah.
And it's odd that like that happened in that movie. Like you don't usually see a movie where like the first two thirds are really rough and then the ending is just like, oh, that's like passable.
Yeah. I remember this was another hot take I had, little rat sitting around the rat table with all the other rats in school.
The school rats.
Uh when all these movies were coming out, I remember saying Rogue One was the only one that was like not bad, and everybody thought all the children for the reverse reason. They were like, "You're wrong," because they're like, "There's no Jedi. There's barely even any lightsabers until Darth Vader at the end."
It's funny
They
because there
didn't
is
know.
like a whole 4C character in it. And also, I hate that the
Oh
kids
yeah,
in
he
the
does
rat
have a force.
school just act like Star Wars theory.
Wait, that's what Star Wars. I don't know anything about Star Wars theory.
Oh, that's like Star Wars theory's whole thing is he doesn't like Andor because there's no like it doesn't connect to any of the Jedi stuff and
Is he
it's
the
too
one who said Darth
serious.
Vader would never stand for
Yes,
this?
that is actually him. He is the one who said that. He's the guy who made the famous tweet where he was like, Vader wouldn't support sexual assault. That literally, yeah. That tells you everything you maybe need to know about Star Wars theory, right?
Yeah.
But oh, what were we talking about? Oh yeah, Rogue One. I remember watching Rogue One, and I would have been like 12 when it came out.
Uh-huh.
And the scene where Cassian like shoots his buddy because the stormtroopers are coming, the buddy's injured, and he's gonna get caught and give information, so Cassian kills him. I remember
Mhm.
being like, "Whoa!" As a little kid, I was like,
This is
"Wait." I
groundbreaking.
was like, "What did I just see?" Like, hello. That was like the first time I ever saw morally gray things happen in media. So that was pretty funny.
What? And then after that, that was The Last Jedi,
Oh yeah,
right?
The Last Jedi came out and it like broke everything. The Last Jedi is so interesting because it like destroyed the entire fan base and like split it into two factions. And one of the factions is like, plot hole this, plot hole that, inconsistencies, blah blah blah. It was kind of the beginning in a way of that like kind of thing gaining prevalence on
Uh-huh.
the internet. And it was kind of in its infancy. People didn't really know how to argue it super well.
Yeah.
And then there was the other faction that's like, no, dude, the only thing that matters is the feelings it gives you and the themes. And that was like, it's like the war between these two groups was pretty glorious to witness.
The stoners and the fascists fighting once again.
Stoners and the fascists. What does that make us? Are we fascists?
Yeah.
Because I actually do think plot holes matter, but I also think it's been like 9 years now since that debate, and that like the reasoning why those things matter is like crystallized quite a lot. I think
Uh-huh.
at some point one of our videos we should make a video talking about like our philosophy on film and why like we believe what we believe. I think
I
that would
just
just
think
be a
as
good
long as
idea
a
to put
movie
out.
like makes you feel good and has good themes, then it's a good movie.
I think there's maybe a bit more to there's a bit more to it, but it's not for the reason maybe you think. But we don't have time to get into that. We should just do a
That's not
video
actually what I
talking
think.
about it. I
I was
know.
being
I
sarcastic.
realized that. At first, I thought you were being straight up. But yeah, TLJ really did a lot of damage in a way. It was pretty
Yeah.
poisonous. I think it was like a venomous movie that was kind of intentionally crossing crossing a lot of things that it shouldn't have crossed. And
That's when we got space ramming or hyperspace
oh
ramming.
yeah, and there's that. It's like, oh, why would we not just be using this all the time? And then the Rise of Skywalker is like, dude, it's a 1 in a million shot that works. It's like, all right,
Sure,
sure,
buddy.
yeah, sure. It's
Sure.
not like I just have to like aim it at the other ship and it should just
Yeah.
work. But I don't even know how it could be 1 in a million. And if it is 1 in a million, then like, lucky it worked in The Last Jedi. like, like that's either way you slice the cake, it's not good. It's
Yeah.
not panning out well. But after that came Solo. And Solo is very
Ugh.
interesting, mostly because it was bad, but also because it made like no money. Because there was like a giant boycott as a result of The Last Jedi.
Really?
Yeah, there was like a huge boycott movement for Solo. People didn't want to go see it. And it like bombed. The only Star Wars movie that has up to this point done worse is The Mandalorian and Grogu. Oh wait, no, there is one actually that I forgot about. It's the Clone Wars movie. That movie did terribly
There's a
as
Clone
well.
Wars movie?
Yes, and I'm gonna reference it later
Oh.
because there's a really funny
Uh-oh.
like connection between this movie and that movie that we're gonna talk about. I'm very excited to bring it up.
Uh,
But yeah, Solo was like Disney's warning of like, oh wait, Star Wars movies aren't guaranteed cash cows. We actually have to make something that people want to see. So they created The Rise of Skywalker.
Oh
The-
wow, they didn't make very much. I'm sorry, I'm looking at how much money they made on this movie.
oh, yeah, Mandalorian. We'll talk about that. This movie's doing quite badly. But The Rise of Skywalker was kind of an attempt, I think, by Disney to heal the damage that was done by TLJ and like make everyone united in happiness. And
Uh-huh.
well, they definitely united the fan base. They did. Just maybe not in the way that they were
Yeah, not exactly on the right side.
everybody hated this movie. This
They
movie,
accidentally turned all of the audience into
yeah,
fascists.
the movie is this is like a clown movie. It's insane. It completely incoherent. Nothing works in the movie. Every single
Uh,
scene is like drastically compromised. And it's also like it's paced very weirdly. It's just a complete clown movie and everybody knew it and everybody like clowned on Disney for it. It was the most humiliating release. It was so humiliating for them that they took 7 years off of making any Star Wars movies.
and then they came back and did it again.
Well, they started making these shows, right? The Mandalorian, the first
Yeah.
season of it was coming out in 2019, and it was pretty well
Mhm.
liked. I
It
haven't
would,
seen
dude.
it.
I okay. Here's my last probably hot take that was right as a small child.
I thought this was going
This
to be what you were going to say.
this show came out and I despised it. I despised it so much. I don't know. I like other than it was a bad show. I don't know what made me hate it so much as a child. But every single person I knew, like at school, was talking about this show.
Oh yeah, I kind of had the same experience, but I only made it through like the
Yeah.
first few episodes. Me and my parents watched it, and we all thought it was super boring, and we gave up. But
My
yeah,
family,
everyone was like, "Dude, The Mandalorian, it's such a good show. You gotta watch it."
that was something my family watched every week when the episodes would come out. Is they'd watch the episode of Mandalorian and everybody at school would talk about it the next day. I don't know. I don't know if this is a normal experience that other kids had, but that's how I remember is that this show was the shit and everybody was watching it and I despised it so much. I was like the only reason any of you actually like this show is because Baby Yoda is cute. There is no appeal to the show other than that. All you guys care about is that little green guy and he doesn't do anything. He doesn't do anything. He just goes gah, 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 gah,
I hate Baby
which is
Yoda.
what he does in this movie
I
too.
hate him so much. But maybe I'll explain why later. But in the 7 years since The Rise of Skywalker has come out, Disney has made 3 seasons of The Mandalorian, a season of Book of Boba Fett, a season of Ahsoka, a season of a show called Skeleton Crew, which actually supposedly isn't half bad. Um, what else have they made? They've made other shows. Oh,
They made The
Kenobi,
Acolyte. They made
Kenobi and the
Obi-Wan.
Acolyte, and Andor. And I have not seen any of these shows except for Andor, and I'm not going to see them because I have it on good authority that they're all bad. Or like
But you
or
know
their
what's
skeleton crew, which is kind of
fucking
just
awesome? You know what's fucking awesome? Andor. Andor was awesome.
yeah,
And
dude.
they took it away from us.
Andor is like my favorite it's my favorite Star Wars product.
Because it's good.
It presents like a prestige HBO drama set in the Star Wars universe, and it's like the fact that it exists is really funny because Disney's mindset on Star Wars has always been like the only way we'll succeed is with like key jangling and iconography and like fan service basically. But Andor like came in with a really serious, grounded, mature story and like won an Emmy,
And it was good.
and it was really
And it had a
good.
story that made sense. And it had logic and themes
Uh,
and plots that worked.
Obviously, the show's not perfect, but like it
No.
completely humiliates everything that Disney has put out, and I personally
Yeah,
think it is better even than the originals. I do. I'm gonna stand on that take. I think it's better.
it is. It
Uh,
is.
it's a shame they didn't have like maybe Tony Gilroy come make some movies for them because that might have been successful. You never
Well,
know.
they did. They did. They had him fix the end of Rogue One, the
Oh,
one
that's
part that
true.
was good.
That's true. They did have him edit the Rogue One script and rewrite parts of it, and everything that's good in that movie came from him. But yeah,
Uh,
I haven't seen any of
what
the
was
other
that one?
shows. I've
What
only
was
seen
that
Andor.
one movie we watched recently that Tony Gilroy was a part of?
Oh,
I can't
Nightcrawler.
remember. Oh yeah, that's right.
Well,
Nightcrawler.
Dan Gilroy made Nightcrawler, and
Yeah.
Tony Gilroy like produced it. But Dan
Uh-huh.
Gilroy's also on the Andor team. He wrote the episode that won the Emmy. Like, it's and also the guy who made House of Cards contributed to Andor. It's like we got the people who made Nightcrawler, The Bourne Identity, and House of Cards making a Star Wars show. That is like
Yeah,
that's a sick team, dude.
yeah. It's the
That's a
reason why that show
really
costed so
talented
much
team.
money to make.
Oh yeah, that's the one like problem with Andor and why they didn't want to make more is because it was just so expensive. And
It
they're
was
like,
really
oh, there's no way
expensive.
this is gonna get us. There's no way this is gonna net us money to make up for this
Yeah.
budget. But I actually think Andor will probably be the show on Disney Plus that continues to attract viewers for like a long time.
Yeah, because it's good and it's
I mean,
enjoyable.
like Breaking Bad is like the most popular show on the internet, and it's like it stopped airing like 13 years ago. It's
And
the
people
fan
still watch
base.
it.
The
People
fan
still
base of
talk
that show
about
has
it.
only grown because word of mouth is like really powerful. And
Yeah.
Andor, I think, is going to probably have the same sort of thing. It might not reach the heights of Breaking Bad, but it's like, what else is going to do it on Disney
Yeah.
Plus? The Falcon and
If
the
you're
Winter
watching
Soldier.
this, if you're watching this and you haven't seen Andor, just go watch Andor. You'll thank yourself. You don't have to know anything about Star Wars to watch it. It's just a really good show.
It is just a really good like political thriller kind of vibe.
Yeah.
Yeah, check it out. But unfortunately, they released a movie
Unfortunately, now we have to talk about it.
in 2026
Oh.
called The Mandalorian and Grogu. Um,
I feel like now that we have to actually talk about it, all of the happiness is drained from my
all
soul.
of the happiness, like all of it,
Uh,
is gone. I hate it here. I remember talking about the movie we talked about last week and just being so excited to
yeah.
talk about a movie that I really care about and really was
Uh-huh.
rooting for. And I'm very excited to talk about it again in not too long. But in the
Yeah, I'm
meantime,
excited for that as well. As soon as we get done with this,
I want to talk about that movie a
please.
second time. But first, we have to talk about The Mandalorian and Grogu. So the
I
movie
have the
opens.
IMDb synopsis right here. I'll read it. So the IMDb synopsis is once a lone bounty hunter, Mandalorian Din Djarin and his apprentice Grogu embark on an exciting new Star Wars adventure. Now you might be wondering, why
Will the
doesn't that
adventure be
synopsis
exciting?
have
It will not.
The second question you ask is why doesn't that synopsis like explain anything about what's about to happen in the movie? Because nothing happens in the movie and they didn't know how to describe the movie.
Yeah, maybe we should like do like basic opening thoughts on this movie before we get into it. And I would say this movie is like it's bad. All right. I want to dispel the notion that this movie is boring but serviceable. That is the notion that most people have. They're like,
It's
"Oh, it's
not.
really boring, but like, it's not like a catastrophe." That's just not true. All right. This movie is both really boring and really bad at the same time. Like the
I
movie's a
think
complete nothing burger, but the nothing burger is also poorly made. It's not even like a well-cooked nothing burger.
yeah. I don't know if you've seen I get ads every once in a while on Instagram for like AI storytelling things and it'll be like a 30-second story that's like animated and done by AI and they're awful. They're so bad. But I feel like if if you sent any person in there and said condense this movie to like the important parts, you would only end up with like 10 minutes of content. If you if you actually went in there and took out all of the filler and complete nonsense that happens in this movie.
What did you just say?
What?
I just completely zoned out, dude. I'm sorry. This movie is putting a spell on me.
Basically what I said is if you send this to somebody and said edit this and condense it down into the important parts, you would end up with maybe 10 minutes of content
What do you mean? You would end up
because
with
of how
zero
much
minutes of content.
I mean, every once in, like,
What important happens in this movie? Name one scene.
I liked the little people.
Oh, you like the little
They
people?
were they
They
were
were
little and
probably the best
stupid.
part,
They were
maybe.
probably the best part.
I would say this movie has no redeeming qualities. Like not one.
uh,
Actually,
uh,
there are like a couple points of praise I have scattered throughout, I will say.
Grogu Grogu did one of the he did a fucking like 24 hours in the wilderness challenge.
He did. I really hate Grogu. All right, listen. I was absolutely disgusted by the people in the movie theater, the adults, not the kids. The kids are fine. The adults in the movie theater who would laugh when Grogu would do like some goofy, quirky thing that actually like made me feel physically ill.
Yeah,
It's
there
like,
were like
man,
there was two adult men sitting in the middle of the theater with no children at 9:45 in the morning watching Mandalorian and Grogu on a holiday.
to be fair, that's kind of the same thing I was doing.
Well, yeah, but
The first
if
night,
I had if I had a choice, I would not have seen this movie.
that's true. If not for this show, I would not have seen the movie. Like
Yeah.
it wouldn't have happened. But unfortunately, I've decided to become a film podcaster, so now I need to see movies like this that are like culturally important in some kind of way. But okay, let's start the scene by scene. The movie opens with just like text that, and I only got to write down the first half of it because it disappeared too fast. Um,
I wrote down the synopsis, which is like I read it and just tried to write down like what it means. And basically, the Empire has fallen, and Mandalorian and Grogu are now searching the galaxy for the remaining Imperialists, trying to destroy them.
yeah, it could be an interesting concept, right? It's like at the end of World War II when the Mossad's
Uh
hunting
huh.
down the Nazis, kind of the same thing. And that's an interesting story if you don't know anything about that. But
I
unfortunately,
like shooting
the
Nazis
Star Wars version is way more pathetic.
and
It's
way less
it's
interesting.
it's very uninteresting. So we get the first scene, and this is the scene that really made me think of Andor because of the comparison. So basically, there's like this imperial officer, and he's talking to all these different, I guess, leaders of planets, and he's
Mhm.
like, I think we can all agree that things were better under the Empire, as in like there was more stability, they were protected, and now he is doing all of the work of protecting them in exchange for tribute because the protection is very expensive. And then he says, "Long live the Empire," and they all like pathetically repeat it back.
Yeah, nobody had any passion when they said
Yeah.
that
And
line.
then he says, "And now for the bad news. I'm raising your tribute." And Dumbledore is there, and he's like, "We're already operating at a loss." Which is a very good point. He's basically saying we literally don't have the money to pay you
Yeah.
because they keep taking, like, the pirates keep taking our product. And
Uh-huh.
Empire guy says, "Are you saying that my protection is lacking?" And then he shoots him.
Science.
What? What are you talking about, dude? I'm just watching this.
Obviously,
I'm like, good lord, man. Darth Vader
that
like ruined the idea of villains
Vader would
killing their
not stand
henchmen.
for this.
No. Like they introduced that was like the first Star Wars movie or the second one. Vader like kills his henchmen for very good
Yeah.
reasons. They're always like make
Hmm.
a lot of sense. And
Yeah.
then every other Star Wars movie ever, they're like, we need to have the villain kill his henchmen, and they always do it for like the worst reasons. Like the guy is literally like explaining a very real problem that they have to deal
Yeah.
with, and the Empire guy just shoots him.
You watch a scene like that, like I after I read the credit scene and I like hearing his opening monologue, like the life was better under the Empire. I just immediately was like, wow, this is going to be unbearable. And
Oh yeah.
it's everything's getting drained from me. Uh and I I just didn't care so much. And then he just shoots him, and I was like, wow. I understand how this empire fell. They shot everybody for no fucking
Yeah,
reason.
let's dissect this, right? I'll tell you why I thought of Andor when this scene happened is because I imagined like, what if Partagaz was here instead of this guy?
Uh-huh.
Because like Partagaz is actually a realistic evil empire
Yeah.
operator. He would be actually very interested in figuring out what problems these people have so that he can solve them, and by solving
Hmm.
them, like gain the loyalty and support of these people, right?
Yeah.
Like if they're like, we literally can't pay you anymore for protection, Partagaz would be like interested in finding a solution, but this guy just shoots him
For
for bringing up a
literally,
valid
truly
point.
no reason.
It's like in The Rise of Skywalker when Emperor Palpatine is going to give the First Order this giant fleet, and the guy at the table is like, well, what's he asking for in return? And then Kylo Ren just kills him.
That happens in The Rise of
Yeah. You
Skywalker?
remember the giant fleet of Death Star destroyers? Yeah,
Yeah.
Kylo Ren goes to his generals and he's like, hey, Palpatine wants to give us all these ships. And this general's like, oh, well, what's he asking for in return? And then Kylo Ren just kills him.
Wow.
That's like that's like the equivalent to this.
What I
Um,
Star Wars,
so
man.
if you're like any of these other planetary leaders,
Uh,
why would you ever work for this guy after this moment?
yeah.
Because like
Yeah.
he's not interested in helping you, and he will just kill you if like you question his leadership. I would just, I don't know, I'd throw in with the pirates at this
Uh-huh.
point. I'd be like, hey, listen, all right, we can work something out. Let's just get
Yeah.
these Empire people out of here, right? And then after this, he says, everybody go back to your planets and work on finding solutions instead of complaining. And then an alarm goes off. And the Mandalorian is here.
Mandalorian is here. Oh no.
And
He's gonna
he's
get
there's
us.
all these shots that are like in a much better movie would be really cool where like you can't see him and he's
Yeah.
creeping around killing stormtroopers, but unfortunately it's this movie, so it's not cool at all. And it's time I think to talk about the Mandalorian's armor a little bit
The
because
most it's literally plot armor.
it is
It
literally
is
plot armor.
literally
Okay,
plot armor.
it's like Beskar armor, right? It's supposed to be able to like deflect anything. Sure. Okay,
Yeah.
fine. Even accepting that, you look at his armor, like it's not like full body at all. It's like plates and then they're attached to like fabric.
Yeah.
So he's really vulnerable. Most of his legs can be shot, his sides can be shot, his neck can be shot, but he just walks through like machine gun fire all the
Yeah.
time.
And
And
explosions and
more things
flames.
happen later that are really funny with the armor that we're going to talk about. But in this opening scene, he just like runs through and just kills all these stormtroopers. It's like in John Wick when they have the tuxedos that can deflect bullets,
Yeah.
and you're
Mhm.
like, come on, what are we
Yeah.
doing here?
I mean, I don't want to give this film any points, and I could be wrong. I'm pretty sure that his like cape and the cloth is also Beskar, because you know how in like Black Panther and Marvel you can make clothes out of vibranium. I'm pretty sure you can do a similar thing with Beskar in Star
I don't
Wars.
know if
'Cause
that's
why
true, but
not?
let's do a little Google foo and find out.
Ah, let's.
We have access to the internet, you know, we can do this. Is the fabric in the Mandalorian's armor also Beskar?
Oh no,
Oh,
it's just cloth.
only the rigid plates of the Mandalorian's armor are forged from Beskar. So, well, you
They
tried.
just don't care. They don't care at all.
You tried to play devil's advocate. All right, then something really funny happens. The evil Empire guy like presses a button on his desk, and a bunch of blaster pistols come out, and he gives them all to like the world leaders, and he's like, "Lay down, cover fire."
That was very. I laughed audibly at that because I was just like, "What?"
That was hilarious.
And
There's
just so everybody knows, there are 6 stormtroopers,
Oh
five
yeah, there's
stormtroopers,
stormtroopers in there
sorry, in
too,
the room with him.
And then he just like takes off in the elevator, and all these world leaders, they all just pick up their pistols and they just sit there at the table. Like they don't even like get to cover or try to
Yeah, they
leave or
don't stand
anything.
up.
They don't even
They just
shoot
sit there.
him, which, you know,
Yeah.
maybe
Well, actually, you missed something before this. So as the alarms start going off, um, the big bad, he's like, "What's going on?" And then one of the stormtroopers goes, "We've lost comms, sir." And he says, "Go figure it out." So it just sends one of his stormtroopers into I wrote that down in my notes. Like, why on earth during an emergency would you send one piece of your very very valuable guard off to basically certain doom?
I guess to reestablish comms. I don't
Because he
know.
dies immediately.
Oh yeah. Yeah, and all these world leaders are sitting here with their blasters. They're just chilling. And there's two stormtroopers around the corner of the door, like out of sight. And the Mandalorian, okay, this is a weird sequence, right? He shoots like into the room, and all of the world leaders are like sitting there, and the blaster bolts go past them, and they don't do anything. Which I don't know about you, even if I'm like thinking like I'm gonna betray this guy and stuff, and I'm gonna be like chill with the Mandalorian, if I'm holding a gun and somebody starts
It's not a
shooting
good
at
look.
me, like there's a lot of things I'm gonna do, but it's not gonna be just sit there.
Yeah,
I'm gonna go for cover. Maybe I'll return fire. I'll
yeah,
do anything other than just sit there because it's very lucky he doesn't hit any of them. He's not shooting at them, but he is shooting
yeah.
at them. And then he like walks up to the doorway, and somehow he can tell that there's stormtroopers around the corners, and he sprays fire, which kills them. And then he just walks through the fire.
Magic.
I don't know how any of this happened. Does he have like a ability to see through walls? Is that a thing
He
in the
has
show?
thermal. He has thermal.
You can't see through walls with thermal.
Yeah,
Trust me,
but
I've used
well,
thermals. The only thing you could.
later in the show he sees through walls with thermal. So
Yeah, but those are like weird thatch walls, you know? Like these are like
yeah,
full-fledged
these are
walls.
like mountain walls.
The only thing, yeah, the only thing that can maybe work with a thermal is that somebody's body heat, if it's close enough to a wall for enough time, the wall can get hot, and then you
Mhm.
can see that the wall's hot and you know that something's behind it, but like that wouldn't
Maybe
be
he
what's
was just
happening
aura
here.
farming. Maybe he was just aura farming and he
Yeah,
was like,
maybe
I'm
he
just gonna
just
spray fire to my
yeah,
sides
maybe that's a
and just melt
standard
into
operating
people.
procedure. When he walks through a door, he just sprays.
Never walk around a corner blind. Always shoot
There could
fire
be
on
like a
both your
5-year-old girl
sides.
around the corner for all he knows. He would just incinerate her.
Just this little
And,
first
and
graders
he
burning
he would
alive.
look at her and he would go, "Sorry." Because
It
that's
is
how
known.
that's how Pedro Pascal delivers all of his lines as this character. It's terrible. It's the most flat, boring delivery.
Well, that's the Mandalorian character because
It doesn't have to be like that
somebody
though.
green lighted that.
It
It
doesn't have to
doesn't
be
have
like
to
that
be
though.
like that.
Like there's plenty of stoic characters in media who are, have much more interesting dialogue and delivery.
Mhm.
But for some reason, I thought like Winona Ryder and David Harbour were phoning it in Stranger Things season 5. Like Pedro is phoning it. He's literally phoning it in because he's not even on set for most of this movie.
I wonder how much money he makes for playing the Mandalorian in one scene.
Yeah, there's only one scene when he's like out of the mask. All the other ones, like he's not even in the armor. He
Yeah,
doesn't. Yeah, they have someone else do all the scenes in the armor.
this movie's a train
He
wreck.
just records the voice lines. They probably called
Yeah.
him, and he literally phoned it in. You see what I'm saying? But anyway, the Mandalorian walks through the fire, and he's fine because even though he has like fabric in his suit, it doesn't do anything to him. And the
Space magic.
the world leaders point at the elevator. Mando goes over there and opens it and like gets shot at, and then he jumps down
Drops
to
a
pursue.
bomb.
He drops a
No, he
bomb.
drops a
He drops a
bomb.
bomb.
And it
Um,
blows up the elevator shaft.
Meanwhile, it cuts to like there's been this little stupid mouse droid driving around that like records things, it drives up to Grogu, and Grogu
And
like
Grogu uses
destroys
the
it.
Force because Grogu has aura and Force. Because Star Wars does Force, and then Grogu
He does have the
breaks the
Force. I hope he
remote.
uses it in the movie to like solve problems that come up.
He broke the droid.
He just destroyed the droid. I don't even know what the droid did. It's just driving around,
I
and Yoda's
I
like,
don't know
or
if you
Grogu's
noticed
like,
this.
destroy it.
I saw a Raspberry Pi in the droid after the top comes off. I'm pretty sure it was literally just a remote control car with a Star Wars droid piece put on top.
That's awesome.
It is pretty awesome.
I actually
That
respect that.
that was pretty funny because it broke off and I was like, I swear I've seen that before. And I was like, I think I have. I'm pretty sure I've seen that remote control car before. It's so
That is pretty
stupid.
funny. But then there's like this. There's a stormtrooper that's on a walker. It looks like, and he
It's like
is.
they're called like ATSTs or something,
They're
or
called. These ones are called
ATT2s.
ATRTs. I've been told
ATRT.
that could not be true. I don't know, but I've been told that's what they're
Nerd,
called.
you're a nerd.
I am a nerd. I'm sorry. I watched like one review of this where they said that's what they're called. And now I'm just gonna believe them because I don't have any better information. But he's just out there like walking around. I like to think this is the one that the Imperial guy sent to go fix the comms. He just ended up outside and he's on an ATRT walking around.
He just took a walk. He's like,
Yeah,
I am not dealing with this
I
shit.
choose to believe that that is what happened, and he just decided to leave. But
Yeah.
he ran across Grogu, and he gets off the walker and he pulls out this little tablet. I guess I don't know what it's for. Maybe it's for fixing the comms. Maybe this
I don't
literally
know.
is him.
No, 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 no. I'm pretty sure that was a little. I'm pretty sure he was tracking the little remote control car. That's what I thought.
Oh, that you could be right. You could be right. And he's like, "What? It went to
Yeah.
static. Let me get off the walker and find what did that." It
Yeah,
couldn't
I
have
think.
been the
Yeah,
Mandalorian,
I think it
maybe.
was that.
Yeah, what a terrible decision.
Yeah.
You're looking for your little
Why would?
droid during an attack, and like when you get close to its location, the droid gets destroyed, and you're like, I'm gonna get off of my giant tank.
Hmm.
That's a what we call a bad decision here in the business, you know?
Yeah.
But Mando gets on the walker from behind, because obviously he would, and I don't know why he does this. He could have just shot him, but he
Yeah.
stands it up and then he obliterates the stormtrooper with the cannons of the walker, and he tells Grogu to get on because they need to go chase down the Empire guy.
Yeah.
And it's a pretty terrible line delivery. He goes, "What are you waiting for? Hop on."
That's exactly what it sounds like too.
That is
It's
exactly what it sounds like. And then they decide to jump off a
dude,
cliff.
he's cashing out.
Yeah,
Yeah, they jump. I did. Why did they do that?
because
Is
that's
there a reason?
where I think that's where like Mando somehow knew that that's where the target is going. So he just decides to take this walker with his baby on it and just jump off like a really steep cliff. First of all, I'm very doubtful this vehicle could actually handle that kind of a cliff, even with like an experienced driver of those vehicles. And
Yeah,
also, like, I don't think we have any reason to believe that Mando is like an expert in driving these ATRTs, but apparently he is because
extremely good.
they make it down like with finesse, and then they land right at the foot of four AT-ATs, or is it three? I think it's three.
X3.
And they start shooting at him, and they all miss, and they're like really close. He's like running underneath them, and they're rapid firing these like
Hmm.
explosive shells that are missing him by like an inch. And well,
But
don't
he's
worry,
fine,
he's fine.
so it
He's
doesn't
completely
matter.
fine. He doesn't get hit. And then he
You only
runs.
get hurt if you get hit directly.
Yeah, the explosions
Shrapnel's never killed anyone before.
explosions are notoriously known as being not area of effect. Right? Like when you use a bazooka in Call of Duty, you only kill the enemy if you hit them directly. Like everybody knows this. We don't even need to bring this up.
Everybody knows this.
Um,
Yeah.
Question though, like why has the guy he's looking for chosen to flee in these walkers instead of just, I don't know, flying away, which he does later?
My question was, how did they get three walkers in this completely isolated space 30 seconds after they left the
Yeah.
building?
Like how did any of this
Like,
happen?
what? How?
Why didn't he just fly
How did any
away?
of this
Why did
happen?
he just fly away?
And why are you walking on this cliff?
Yeah, they're on like the
And that,
narrowest cliff in history. Where are they going?
yeah, there's like you could accidentally fall off this walkway walking, and you're driving these AT-ATs up this freaking mountain path for some reason
This is the
when they
equivalent
have
of like
spaceships. We know they have spaceships.
like there's two opportunities, right? Let's say I'm at a little cabin on the side of a house and it catches on fire and I need to get away, right? And I have a car that can go down the road, or I have a pair of stilts and I can use the stilts to walk down a extremely treacherous like ridge side trail, and I'm like, you know what? I'm going with the stilts.
Uh,
Anyway, Mando puts a little bomb on one of the AT-AT's feet and it blows up and immediately takes out the entire vehicle, which is like,
Hell yeah. Okay.
what are
So
the
I don't know
what
if
is the
anybody
point of these
watching
walkers, man?
knows
They really suck.
that. Yeah. So like in The Empire Strikes Back, which is the number 5, I think, if I'm recalling correctly.
Yeah,
Uh,
yeah.
they're on Hoth. This is the first time we ever see an AT-AT, and they're fighting, and they have no way of shooting these things down with spaceships. Spaceships have big lasers. Big laser,
And
to my
torpedoes.
knowledge, and torpedo. Torpedo and big laser, to my knowledge,
Oh.
much more powerful than tiny little
And
bomb that the Mandalorian
they
has.
take out two of them. The Rebel Alliance destroys two AT-ATs. Mandalorian
And
destroys
it's a big
three
deal.
in this scene by
The
himself.
Mandalorian, by himself, destroys
He's
three.
more effective than the entire Rebel Alliance. What is happening, man?
Another question I have throughout the whole movie is, why are they sending him alone? They have the manpower to just
No,
make
they're not
everything
sending him
better.
alone. They're sending him with Grogu, a literal baby, and Zeb. Zeb goes, and I'm sure in
Oh,
future installments, Rudda the Hutt will be in their little crew because he's, you know, very useful tactically. And
yeah. Another thing that happens in the scene with the ATRT where Mandalorian's on it. He shoots the stormtrooper on the ATRT with the ATRT big laser, and the laser hits the stormtrooper. Grogu is 1 foot to the side of the stormtrooper, maybe.
yeah, I think
It's just there's so many things that
Mando,
happen.
he's very
Mando's a terrible
selective.
dad.
He's very selective in this movie with when he decides to like be really protective of Grogu and when he decides to like bring him into battle. Like
It's so
in a
confusing.
big way. Um anyway, so Mando destroys the AT-AT. In the next AT-AT, the stormtroopers are like, "Oh, get ready to fight him." And then Mando breaches through the back and he kills them all. Like there's like 15 stormtroopers and
And
he just wastes them.
he
He's
kills them all without like even getting punched, basically.
Oh yeah, he takes
It's
no damage, and he decides to burn some of them to death instead of shooting them because
and for
he's
some reason
sadistic.
sometimes he kicks them and punches them or stabs them. He does that a
Oh
lot
yeah,
in this movie. He stabs a lot of
he
people
throws
for
a
some
knife at
reason.
one of them when he could have just shot him.
Yeah. He's just an asshole. It's like you just shot that guy and he died right away, and I have a knife sticking out of my chest because of you. Why? Why? Why
So
does any of this happen?
then they seal like the door to the driver's seat, and the main guy in the front is like, "Did you kill the Mandalorian?" And he's like, "He's on the roof. He's on the roof." And then the main guy sends his pilots onto the roof of his AT-AT to try and kill the Mandalorian, which yeah, that could only end well. Why would you even attempt that? He's
Yeah.
been mowing through everybody. Like what's the plan here? But unfortunately Mandalorian blows up the cockpit of the second AT-AT and then shoots the two pilots. And then I forgot to mention, he has a jetpack. Why
Yeah,
didn't he
but
just
he only
use
uses it
that
every once
to
in a
fly
while
down the cliff?
because that wouldn't make sense.
It would make
It
way
wouldn't.
more sense.
But then he wouldn't.
It would make way more sense, and it would be just as cool, if not cooler.
It would be way cooler than the awkward sliding ATRT. It looks like if you. It looks like when you push a horse down a mountain in Skyrim.
Yeah.
What it looked like.
Okay. Well, Mando breaches into the last AT-AT, but by now, the bad dude has already escaped using a little ship. Why didn't he just do that
Mhm.
before? Nobody knows. And
Nobody
he's
knows.
left a bunch of bombs behind. And Mando's like, it's fine, because I'll use the AT-AT turret to shoot him down. Which, very lucky that the bad guy flew that way.
And also that the bombs take 2 minutes to
Oh, yeah.
blow up.
And Baby Yoda's like, or Grogu, whatever his stupid name is like tapping on his head. I guess he
You're
forgot
gonna explode!
I guess he
You're gonna
forgot he has the
explode!
Force and he could just throw the bombs out of the AT-AT.
Yeah, I thought that's what they were gonna do.
Yeah,
He was
that
gonna
would
be
just
on
make
the
sense.
to the last second, and then he tries to jump out, and then Grogu. But
Yeah,
that doesn't happen.
that would be fun. I wouldn't be upset with that.
I was gonna say this earlier, but I don't know how much time has passed in the Mandalorian show. But it has been 7 years since season 1 came out, and Grogu still does not talk and still looks the exact same. It's the same puppet.
Well, I guess that's because the Yodas live for like decades, or not decades, centuries. Yeah, they live for
The
decades.
Yodas live
They live
for
for decades.
25 years.
No, they live for centuries, so it probably takes them a longer time. Like Grogu is canonically older than the Mandalorian, which is
Yeah,
funny.
he's like a couple
He's
hundred
in his
years old.
50s.
It's so stupid. It doesn't make any
I mean,
sense.
it's fine. I don't really care, but anyway, yeah, the Empire guy fled in front of the AT-AT turret instead of the other way. He gets shot down, and Mandalorian and
He
Grogu
gets shot
escape
down.
at the last second, and
Yeah.
Zeb flies in with their ship. And Zeb says, "It's better if you bring them in alive. We catch them, and they tell us where the other bad guys are."
My first thought when he said that was, remember that boardroom full of bad guys? Just go back there and
No,
ask
those are
them.
good guys. They snitched. They told Mando where the Empire guy was going.
Because they
Those
were scared.
those are
They
the
know stuff.
heroes.
They
Those are the
definitely know
heroes.
stuff.
Nah,
Ah.
no, they're not. They've all probably gotten in AT-ATs of their own and walked away by now, anyways. It's impossible to get them when they're in AT-ATs. I'll tell you what I
Unless you're the
thought.
Mandalorian.
I'll tell you what I thought when Zeb said that line is, why is he saying this to Mando, who should already know all of this?
Because the audience needed to find out somehow.
I feel like we could have just figured that out with like being, reasonably intelligent human beings.
Or in 35 seconds when it gets explained again to us, we would have
Oh,
figured
right.
it out.
When it gets explained to us by the greatest actress of all time, because now we are back at the Republic base, and Sigourney Weaver is here, the actress who played Ellen Ripley in Alien and Aliens, and I think she's in some of the other ones. But we
And
don't
the
talk about
actress
the other
who is
ones.
a complete shell to the blockbuster movies now. I don't. What has she played recently? I'm gonna look it up.
Well, you already said
Sigourney.
Avatar.
Yeah, she's in Avatar for some reason. She's almost 80 years old, by the way. Like, no disrespect to her.
I mean, she looks good for
She's got
80.
a crazy career.
She looks good for 80. I'll say that.
Maybe she's almost 70.
She's in
I
her
don't know.
70s, pretty sure.
76 years, and her husband is my dad's age.
What?
Yeah.
Wow. All right.
Her husband
All right,
was
Sigourney.
born almost 40 years after her. That's impressive.
Good for her.
Oh my god, this is a crazy list.
Okay.
She's in
What?
she's in the Aliens. She's
Yeah.
in the Avatars.
Uh-huh.
All Avatars. She's in Ghostbusters.
Hang on, it's hot in here. I gotta take off my hood.
She's in Holes? Oh yeah, she is in Holes, isn't she?
I've never seen that one. I've only read the book.
She's in Finding Dory, dude.
Who
Oh
does
yeah,
who does she
cause
play in Finding Dory?
she plays the uh she plays the voice recording that plays at the Monterey Bay Aquarium.
Oh,
I'm Sigourney Weaver, and welcome to the Monterey Bay. I don't know if she has a British accent when she says it, but that's like something Dory says throughout the movie. She's like, "Hi, Sigourney Weaver," every time that it plays.
oh, that's kind of funny. Hey, I'm gonna do a
She's
little.
in
I'm gonna do a
Wally.
little setup switch around real quick. 5 seconds.
I.
This is a fantastic seat. How could I not have ever thought about the Lego box before as a chair option? It's genuinely, it's like pleasant, man. Anyway, Sigourney Weaver. She is like a rebel lady, or a republic lady rather. They're not rebels. I keep
She's
forgetting.
she's replacement Leia.
Yeah, she's like Leia Light, and
Leia Light.
she's like that was messy and sloppy, and she's also completely phoning it in this movie, just like her, just like everybody else.
Yeah.
And
Nobody wanted to be here.
she basically pulls out a deck of cards, which is really funny because that's like what America did in Iraq. Like the
Really?
different, yeah, the different like Saddam Hussein people we were looking for, they were called the deck of cards. So this,
Oh,
so this is like a not a parody, but it's that, but in Star Wars.
I was imagining that they were trading cards and everybody had like different sets and they all like sat around and trade. Oh, this I'll give you one I'll give you one bad guy yada yada for your bad guy yada yada.
I mean, maybe they are. I don't know, but I think it's like the same thing as Iraq. I think is what it's supposed
Yeah.
to be. And she's like, "We need to capture these guys and interrogate them so we can find the other guys." And Mando just says, "Give me time, and I'll take out every bad guy in your deck of cards." Yeah. Terrible, terrible work.
He's like a depressed teenage boy who just got broken up with.
He really is. He acts like a 13-year-old who's like trying to aura farm all the time. And she tells him this isn't about revenge. This is about stopping another war, basically. And then she's like, "Don't worry, I have your payment." And she takes him out, and from what I can tell, it's just the same ship from the Mandalorian TV show. But
But yellow.
well, here's the funny thing, right? In the TV show, he has that ship for a long time, and then it gets
Uh-huh.
destroyed, and then he gets a like a starfighter type ship
Yeah.
instead, and it's like a terrible ship for a bounty hunter for obvious reasons.
Yeah.
You can't put anyone in it. You can't like have access to Grogu. You have nowhere to sleep. It's just a terrible ship for a bounty hunter. And then in this movie, they were like, "All right, we got to give him back another Razor Crest." So
Yeah.
that's what this is. It's just damage control basically.
Of course it is.
And he's like, "Wow, this is really nice, but it's way more than the last bounty's worth." And she's like, "Yeah, it's a advance on your next mission." And he's like, "Oh, what is it?" And she's like, "You're gonna go to Nal Hutta. You're gonna get the location of Rhoda the Hutt, who is Jabba the
Rada.
Hutt's
It's Rada.
Rada. It's spelled Rotta. I know that for a fact,
Yeah.
and it can be
But it's spelt
pronounced.
Rada.
It can be pronounced either way. Because listen,
No, it can't. That's
I'm gonna
not how the
reference something
English
else.
language
I'm gonna
works.
reference something else. All right,
Okay.
give me a second. But the plan is you're going to go there, you're going to get his location, you're going to go there to where he is because he's being held prisoner somewhere, rescue him, bring him back to the Huts, and then the Huts are going to trade you the location of Imperial Commander Coin, who is like a he's like a mysterious guy. Nobody knows who he is, and most people think he's dead. Um, and you're
He's
gonna
their ace
go,
of spades.
yeah, he's the Ace of Staves, is what she says.
Oh, really?
Because I guess they have different they have different cards in Star Wars.
Surely that means something.
I think it is just their word for spades, right? It must be.
Uh-huh.
But he's like, "I don't work for gangsters anymore," and she's like, "You're right. You work for us, and this is the job we're asking you to do. And if you don't do the job, we got nothing for you." And she walks away. And then Zeb is like, "Let's get in and go to Nal Hutta." And he's like, "I haven't said yes." And Zeb says, "But you haven't said no either." And then they just fly off.
And they just fly
They
directly
just
to
fly
Nahada.
and they immediately leave. They don't tell Sigourney Weaver or anything.
Yeah, I was sitting there like, why didn't they? Literally, he's like, so the sequence of events is even weirder because it's like Sigourney Weaver's like, just take a little bit to think about it, and then Zeb, the blue gorilla, is like, you should take a look at it, take a look around the ship. And Mandalorian says, I haven't said yes, Nat. And he says, you haven't said no. And Mandalorian gets on the ship to check it out and then just turns it on and leaves.
Yeah, they just leave.
It's such a strange sequence of
They just
events.
take
I
off.
feel like
and and also there's that sequence where Grogu immediately starts messing with the buttons, and Mando is like, "No, don't touch those buttons. You know,
don't ever touch those
don't
buttons.
ever touch the buttons." And then they fly off. And
Uh,
okay, here's why I call him Rhoda. Because this isn't the first Star Wars movie where the main plot is about rescuing this character from being kidnapped.
uh,
Like, brace yourself.
oh wait, before we continue, when Grogu starts touching the buttons, and the Mandalorian says, "Don't ever press the buttons, ever." I wrote in my notes, "Grogu touch the buttons setup."
Oh yeah,
And
yeah. Obviously, that
it
is that
is.
is the that is once again very very obvious Chekhov's gun, Chekhov's buttons,
Yeah, check those buttons.
Chekhov's buttons. Um, so as I was saying, this is not the first Star Wars movie that has been released in theaters where the plot is about rescuing Rhoda the Hutt specifically.
That's astonishing to me
Yeah,
because I had no idea this person
the Clone Wars
existed.
movie, the Clone Wars movie that I was talking about earlier that made like no money. That movie is also
Uh-huh.
about rescuing Rhoda the Hutt, and they're both
Was it when
canon.
he was a baby?
Yeah, when he was a baby, the Separatists like kidnap him for some reason, like Count Dooku and them kidnap him, and they send Anakin and Obi-Wan to rescue Rhoda the Hutt. And that's what that whole movie's about. And now they're doing
What
it.
on earth?
Now they're doing it again. Because it worked out so well the first time with them making
These
no
people
money.
are these are the stupidest people I've ever
If
like.
you put a plot line in your movie about rescuing Rhoda the Hutt, it curses you, and you will make no money at the box office. That's the only thing I can conclude.
I'm so confused.
It's so weird.
Why?
It's so weird. And that movie was also made by Dave Filoni and Jon Favreau. So they were just like, run it back.
When did that movie come out again?
Oh, geez, good question. Early 2010s? Well, let's look it
Oh
up.
my gosh. Clone Wars 2008. Oh my gosh, it's so old. What?
That's the same year that Iron Man came out, by the way. I just want to point that out. Another Jon Favreau movie. Actually, Jon Favreau did not make the Clone Wars movie. It was just Dave. And George Lucas probably had some input too, if I had to
Why
guess.
do they keep letting these people make movies if they're so bad at it and they don't make any money?
I don't know, man. But I mean, Dave Filoni also made the Clone Wars TV show, which is very popular, very beloved.
They know that there are other directors who are really good at writing and directing. They know that, right? It's Disney.
Yeah, but they never hire them. They
David
hired
Fincher made an Alien movie. He would if they paid him enough money, he would make something. And they could probably pay him less than they pay Dave Filoni and Jon Favreau.
Oh yeah, Dave Filoni and Jon Favreau are rolling in it right now. They are doing great.
I'm so
But
every decision they make
all right,
baffles me.
time to go to the next scene. We are at Nal Hutta. And
Now Hutta.
okay, I just Zeb Zeb is just the exposition guy. That's basically his role in this movie. Because as they're going in, he goes, "Easy on the sticks. They're expecting us. We should be fine. The Hutts take security seriously."
And then he says like ever since they hired the droid, it
Oh
looks
yeah,
like
he
they've
mentions
hired
they
the droid
hired a
security.
droid army and they have
Yeah.
firepower.
Uh-huh.
It's like, thanks, dude.
Thanks for explaining to me the
Things that I
very
could have just
obvious
seen with my
droids
eyes.
and firepower.
Like this was so unnecessary. They could have just landed it, and then we could have just seen droids that were there because we literally
Yeah.
do. Like next shot, the fact that he says the Hutts take security seriously, that broke me. It's like obviously, and also when he says they're expecting us, it's like yeah, dude. Yeah, we know they and yeah, they of course they are. They're the ones who invited you
Not
guys here.
30 seconds ago, we were told you need to go see the huts. They don't want to give out the for some reason the reason he has to fly there is that they don't want to give out the location of Rada
Yeah, they could have just
publicly.
like sent that in an email.
Yeah.
They could have just emailed Mando and been like, he's on this
You
moon,
have
go
to
there.
come in person. Mijaba Juba
You
Juba
have to
Juba.
come in person. Yeah, exactly. COVID ruined everything. Um, so then they land, and Mando decides to take Grogu for some reason on this little to this meeting. He decides to take his infant.
It's so that he can explain to Grogu the circle of
Yeah,
life.
I have that
The
line.
huts.
I have the line written down because I just thought it was
Oh really?
hilarious. But he lands and he walks forward, and there's kind of this weird sequence where these two droids are like holding spears crossed in front of each other, and I like
And
that
they
Mando just walks towards them and like without hesitation, just and they just move the spears out of the way. It's just like I feel like this isn't how humans would do this, you know? Humans would
You're
see
right,
that and
humans wouldn't do
they'd
that, but
stop for a
droids
second and
would.
they'd be like what are we doing? You know? I'm
Yeah.
talking about Mando, not the droids.
Oh,
Like he just
yeah.
walks forward. Like if they hadn't moved the spears, he would have just walked into them. It's kind of a weird.
I've had the mask on all along.
That's not
He's
his
just
voice.
Aura
I've
farming.
had the mask on all along.
I've
That's what
had
he'd
the
say.
mask on.
But
Maybe he's trying to sound like Stellan Skarsgård.
he definitely doesn't.
Scott.
But he goes in and there's these huts. They're like
Ander,
sleeping in
I've
the
had the mask
walls.
on all along.
They're sleeping in the walls, and the Mandalorian, speaking to his baby, goes, "The huts have been the heads of criminal enterprises for years. They use violence and intimidation to keep their control. Be careful. We may be their guests, but we are not safe."
This is the worst movie ever made.
This is
This is worse
terrible.
than The Force
This is
Awakens.
obviously he only said this for the audience's benefit,
I
but
would rather watch The Last Jedi
I think
or
I
The
would
Rise of
too.
Skywalker
I think I
than
would
this.
seriously. I think they're worse movies than this, but they're more entertaining at least.
Yeah.
Like things are happening, even if they're like catastrophic things. Um, but if he just hadn't brought Grogu on this trip, we wouldn't have got that weird exposition line that we probably know anyways because we have seen Star Wars before and we know what the
Mhm.
Hutts are. Like
Yeah.
there's a lot of Hutt stuff in Star Wars, and they're always freaking criminal masterminds and all that. We know.
Mhm.
Um, but he goes into the room with the twins, and they're just hanging out, and they explain, they're all heartbroken. They're all so tore up that their nephew, Rhoda, has been kidnapped by this like criminal enterprise on the moon of Shikari, and Mandalorian is like, "Do you have an image?" And they show a picture. They're like, "The only picture we have is from like ages ago when he was a baby," and they show a picture of him from the Clone Wars movie.
Yeah.
I don't know if you you wouldn't have picked up on that, but it's literally just a
I
render of
didn't
him
know it
from
was.
that movie.
I didn't. I just saw it and I was like, why?
And the
What?
Mandalorian should already be
Why didn't?
suspicious at this point because they're like, "Oh, we love him so much, but we only have a picture of him from when he was like tiny." But of
And
course, he's
also,
stupid, so he isn't.
what is the point of this in the story? Why wouldn't they just say, no, we don't have a picture of him?
No, the point of it,
There's no
literally the
point
point
at
is
all.
fan service, so that people who've seen the Clone Wars movie will be like, "Hey, oh, there he is, there he is,
The 12
in
people who
all his
saw that
glory."
movie?
Hey, I'm one of them. All right, I recognized it, and I was not happy. I was mad. I was very upset when I saw that.
uh, it's
Um,
so.
but they tell him he needs to go to the moon of Shikari, and he just turns around and walks out. without asking any further questions. Like,
Yeah.
maybe like who is like holding him? Who is he hanging out
Yeah.
with? Anything like that? What general area on, the giant moon is he in? Do you know? He doesn't ask
The
any
giant
questions.
city moon, by the way.
It's a
The,
huge moon, and like
yeah.
he
And
immediately
and
when he
not
gets to
only
that
that.
planet, he's like, okay, now I need to find out where this guy is. Because obviously he does. Why didn't he just ask the Huts? They might have known. Maybe they didn't, but he should have
Yeah.
asked. He just walks out. And then they cut to them flying into the system of this moon, and once again, Zeb coming in
Zeb with the
clutch.
exposition, explaining to
We are
me
not
what's
in a
happening.
Republic system. If things go wrong, I can't call in an X-Wing strike. And this we call
No, he says
Chekhov's X-Wing
X-Wing
strike.
airstrike.
Does he really? I thought he just said X-Wing strike.
Yeah. No, he
Okay,
says X-Wing
so
airstrike.
we now have Chekhov's buttons and we have Chekhov's X-Wing airstrike. and and Mando is teaching Grogu how to put armor on, which is like, good lord, man, you haven't done this already?
And not
You're
only is he
constantly
teaching him how
going
to
to
put
battle
armor
with
on,
this baby.
if you thought that the Mandalorian's armor was maybe a little bit weak and didn't have enough protection, he gives he gives
It's
Grogu
like a
a
tiny little.
circle of Beskar.
Now, to be
He gi-
fair, all right.
like
To be fair, in the military, which I am in, um, we wear like a tactical vest, right? And all it really does is cover up like the front of your body and like your back
yeah,
if you decide to put the back plate in. You can like have more, but we usually don't because we like to be more mobile. We like to
uh-huh,
sacrifice a little bit of armor for some speed. That little bit, it helps. It undeniably helps.
yeah.
But like few things. First of all, Mando clearly has no trouble being mobile while most of his body is covered in it. Second of all, why hasn't he done this already? If this is the only armor available for Grogu, why hasn't he already been wearing it? Because they constantly go into like massive battles together all the time.
Yeah.
And thirdly, I don't know why there isn't maybe more available. I guess there's no reason to assume that there would be more, but
Well,
it's mind-boggling.
all of the Mandalorian smiths died in the Mandalorian, so there's nobody who makes Beskar anymore, so it's really expensive.
Then where did this
But
plate come
also,
from? Where did it come from?
exactly, it he had it the whole time, which means for the entirety of the Mandalorian, he just has had that and never gave it to
He's never
Grogu.
given it to Grogu. That is insane.
But now is when he uses it.
You're already endangering like your son constantly by taking him into
Yeah.
wars. Give him the armor. Jeez, man. it's it's
What a
insane.
terrible dad. It builds character.
It
It
builds
builds character.
character.
It builds character. He
Um,
needs to figure out how to survive on his own.
and then they fly
Maybe he's just
in.
wasted.
They
Maybe
fly into
that's
the
why he says
atmosphere. Yeah, he's super drunk all the time. Alcoholic Mando.
it.
That would have improved the movie.
The helmet has one of those camelback things that
It's
goes
got a
into
life
his mouth.
straw. It just constantly shoots tequila into his mouth.
We need to
um,
find a
but they fly into the atmosphere, and I gotta say, I actually kind of like this planet. I think it's kind of cool. They have
It's
some cool
cool,
like
dude.
music going on here.
My first thought was any crime syndicate movie on this planet would be sick.
Oh yeah, it would be cool. I like the soundtrack choices here.
Mhm.
Um, but Mando is like drop us here, and then there's a really funny part where they're flying, and he drops out of the ship, and you hear the like, "Woo!" I don't know if you thought that was as funny as I did.
Wait, what happened?
You know,
Wait,
like the
you cut out.
Mandalor, like
Say,
oh, sorry. You know, like the really shrill Mandalorian sound that plays.
yeah.
Like, there's the shot where he's flying over the city in the
Uh
ship, and
huh.
then he like drops out, and as he's dropping out, that sound plays. It's just really funny.
I did not notice that.
But
Every time that sound played, it was like so loud that it like scared me. So I.
he falls into the city with Grogu, and they're just in the middle of the city, and like, dude, it's a massive city, and he has no
It
idea
is.
where to start.
Yeah.
Why didn't you ask the Huts any questions? He just drops in. So then he goes to like this food cart, and this is Martin Scorsese. This is his involvement with
What?
the movie. Is he voices this little creature?
You're joking.
No, I'm serious. That literally, like,
What?
I know that's why I was like looking at the credits. I'm like, Martin Scorsese was involved in this movie. Why isn't it good? And then I realized that all he does is voice this little gremlin creature.
What? How much money did that cost?
I don't know. I get the feeling
It's
like
like,
maybe he and Jon Favreau like know each other or something, and John's like,
yeah,
"You want
it
to
was.
voice a little creature?" But
This is the
oddly
strangest
enough,
creature in the movie who
he's like
makes
my
the
favorite
strangest
character
decisions.
in the movie, I think.
He was probably my favorite too, but everything he did, I was like,
He's the
why?
only actor
It
who's
doesn't
putting like
make any
any
sense.
effort into his lines, and also the
Yeah.
lines are kind of interesting. But Mando goes over and he orders like a sandwich, and then he
It's
pays
called a meat
weight
flat, damn it.
meat flat. He orders a meat flat for Grogu. By the way,
Or
Grogu
no,
is
I'm
like
sorry, I'm sorry, I'm sorry, I'm sorry. It's a flat meat.
Grogu is
I'm a
like a
fucking asshole.
gluttonous little pig. Like this little creature. He just eats constantly throughout this movie. Like if you think about it and you pay attention, Grogu is eating all the time.
He's a
Greed they
growing
talk
boy.
about in the Bible, dude. But he orders up food for Grogu and then he pays way too much money and the guy's like, "Oh, I can't give you change for that." And he's like, "This isn't for the food. I want information." And the guy's like, "Oh, well, I'll tell you information." And Mando's like, "Can you tell me about the huts?" And the guy's like, "What? We can't talk about the huts.
Yeah, he's like, why are you going around asking about huts? Don't ask.
We're
You
gonna get
can't do
killed if you
that.
ask about the
It's like,
huts."
just walk away, keep your money. You can have it for free. Have a good
For the
day.
record, I'm pretty sure you can talk about the huts. I don't know why you
Yeah,
wouldn't
I
be
don't.
able to. Like, is that a thing with like
Maybe the.
organized crime
I don't
syndicates
know.
that you like can't talk about them? Because I feel like people just like they're
We don't
just a
talk
fact
about
of
the
life.
Bloods here.
We don't
We only
talk
talk
about
about
the
the Crips.
Bloods. Yeah, if we talk about the Crips,
We
it's
don't
fine.
talk
If we
about
talk about the Bloods,
Bruno.
we're all gonna
No,
die.
no.
But it's very funny because Mando is like, I'm asking about Road to the Hut. He's like, oh, we can totally talk about Road to the Hut. And it's like, what?
Yeah, and then points. He
Yeah,
points to
he
his left.
points to his left, and
Mandalorian
there's
looked
a
over.
comically giant poster that's like, go to this address to see Road to the Hut. This is the exact location of Road to the Hut.
This was my confusion with the explanation because like if I'm living in this world and someone comes up to me and says I'm looking for a hut and there's a like this world famous hut that everyone knows about but
Yeah,
you're not allowed to
that's
talk about
that's
other
what I was
huts,
about to bring up.
wouldn't you be like, oh well, we can talk about, Road to the Hut, but if you want any, I
Yeah,
can't talk about
I'd be
anybody
like,
else.
which one? That would be my question. Which
Yeah.
hut are we talking about here? And then they'd be like, oh, Road to the Hut. And I'd be like, oh, all right, well, yeah, maybe consider looking to your left because thanks for the money.
Thanks for the money. Situational awareness helps.
Thanks for the
Goodbye.
money. You should have looked anywhere. But it immediately cuts to this fighting like arena. All right,
Yeah.
and all right, now we got to talk about Road to the Hut and the fact that he uh has absolutely no right to be here. He has absolutely no right to be beating anybody in a gladiator match.
Dude, he's jacked.
He is jacked.
Didn't you see his abs?
He's super
That's how
jacked.
you know
All
he's
right,
good at
listen.
fighting.
He's jacked. All right. Road to the Hut is a fucking jobber. All right. This guy wouldn't make it past the contender series. He's so slow. He's so
He's
slow. What's he
really
gonna
slow.
do? What is he going to do? Yeah, I swear to God, I would just if you can pick your weapons, I assume you can to an extent. Give me a pike.
Oh yeah, you can pick your weapons. There's a scene later where
Oh yeah, there's like a
someone
whole
who is in
rack
this movie gets to
of
pick his
weapons.
weapon.
Give me a freaking pike or like a spear or just anything reasonably long, and like I win. A
Yeah.
100 out of 100 times.
You just poke him, dude. He's like a
Like
big marshmallow.
what's he gonna do? What's he gonna do? Like I'm gonna be in there with my freaking spear. He's gonna slide towards me. I'm gonna stab and angle out. Stab and angle out. Cut angles, stab. That's all we're doing. What's Rhoda gonna do, dude? He's gonna do that roll thing towards me and
He's
like
gonna
get me?
jump on you, dude.
Yeah, fucking right, dude. Yeah, right.
He's gonna jump on my spear. That's what he's gonna jump
Yeah.
onto.
Even like that roll thing, come on. You think I'm gonna stand close enough to him that like once he starts doing that roll, I'm not gonna be able to see it and get out of the way? The arena's
Yeah.
huge. It's huge. I'll tell you how this fight's gonna go, all right? Rhoda is gonna look great for like the first 1 or 2 minutes, all right? For like the first 1 or 2 minutes, he's gonna be stalking towards me, you know?
Uh-huh.
These big old heads moving back and forth, and Joe Rogan's gonna be up there, and he's gonna be like, dude, Rhoda looks great tonight, dude. He's walking him down, man. He's just walking him down. He's making him think, right? He's gonna look great, and then he's gonna gas out. He's gonna get tired. I'm just gonna start sticking and moving. We're gonna stab him in the
It's
tail,
so
all right? It's like a low kick. It's gonna take away his movement.
stupid. It's such a ridiculous premise.
It's like how does he do anything? Maybe he could beat like one guy who's stupid. But like as soon as he hits anybody who's like has any kind of fight IQ, he's a jobber.
It's over.
He's a
Yeah.
jobber. He's dead.
Mhm. Yeah.
But the movie disagrees with you.
The movie wants you to believe that he is the all-powerful.
Yeah, because there's this fight, right? And the guy like has like a trident, and he decides to walk towards Rhoda.
Dude, I don't know if you've ever actually fought, but, you know, sometimes you gotta put the trebuchet at the front. Sometimes you gotta walk up with your spear, grab it
You don't know
by
if I've
as
actually
close
fought?
to the
Okay,
top
bro.
of the spear top as possible, and you just gotta use the, like, imagine that your spear is actually a dagger, and you hold it as close to the spear top as possible.
Oh,
You
right.
gotta get in there.
Oh, right. Of course. What was I thinking? But he
Why
just
would you?
runs. He just runs up to Rhoda, and Rhoda destroys his trident. And then the guy just stands there as Rhoda slides towards him, and then jumps on him and kills him.
Epic!
It's
Epic!
insane. It's like
Woo!
wow.
Rhoda the Hut!
Do they specifically send in like
Oh,
like just idiots to go fight this guy?
yeah,
That's the only way.
later in this movie, and by later I mean in like 2 minutes, we're gonna see some other people that they have that fight in these tournaments. How would he have beaten any of them? Great question. I don't know. There's not really an
Oh, you're
answer.
talking about like the Jarek match.
Yeah,
That's like a special case scenario. That's not like I don't
but
think
like,
normal.
but
But
why do
still,
they
the
have those
question stands:
monsters then?
how
What
would
do they
he
do
beat
with
just a
them?
dude with a long pike or a spear?
Dude, you just spin around, use your tail, and he whips him.
He's gonna whip them with their tail, dude. Yeah, fucking right. He's gonna turn and he's gonna cue up that tail, and all I'm just gonna do is step out.
Or
And-
step over it as he slowly spins
no,
towards you.
I'm just gonna step out. I'm gonna stab him in the tail with my spear.
Uh-huh.
All right, and
Yeah.
like, come on, dude, come on. And this just makes it even funnier when the Mandalorian beats him later, because the way that the
Yeah.
Mandalorian beats him is like the worst way
It's
you
the
could go about
wrong
it.
way.
It's the worst way you could go about fighting this guy.
It is the objectively wrong way.
Anyway, so then he wins, and
I don't
Mando
think
and
this guy is a prisoner. That's what he says.
you're already doing
This
the
guy
voice.
doesn't look like a prisoner to me.
But they go to the prison, and Rhoda is there, and Rhoda is voiced by Jeremy Allen White.
Who you would not know
You
if
would
you've
not.
seen
You would have
any
no
other
idea.
Jeremy Allen White performance.
Yeah, Jeremy
'Cause he
Allen White,
has
notably
a soul.
notably known for like very good performances in like The Bear and Shameless, which I haven't seen, but I'm probably gonna watch it at some point. You wouldn't even know in this movie that it's Jeremy Allen White. The voice doesn't
I'm
sound
pretty
anything
sure they
like
put a
him,
voice.
and
I thought
he
it was
has
Seth
no.
Rogen.
He has like no acting chops.
Yeah.
I feel like Seth Rogen would have done better. I think they should have got like Jason Momoa to voice him. That would have been great, dude. Jason Momoa or like The Rock.
Or Jack Black, dude. That would have been.
Oh, but Jack Black was already in The Mandalorian. We can't do that.
Oh yeah, he was with
Him and
Lizzo.
Lizzo, But he goes in there, and Mando's like, "I'm here to like rescue," and he's like, "I don't." Okay, how do you do the voice? I don't want to be rescued. And he's like, I have one more fight tomorrow, and after
And then
that,
my
I'm
contract's
a free
paid, and
man.
I'm a
My
free man.
contract's paid off. And Mando asks him who he needs to pay, and it takes a really long time for Rhoda to answer the question
He's
because like
avoiding it, and
he
he's like
keeps
talking
delaying
about
it, and it's
Grogu.
funny because Mando phrases it the exact same way every time. He's just like, "Who do you have to pay? Who do you have to pay?
And then like,
Who do you
and
have
then,
to pay?"
and then Rhoda like says something about Grogu and about,
Yeah,
oh, when
they
I,
like feed him and stuff.
yeah,
It's kind of lame. And
I'm not like
finally,
my father.
that happens after. But finally, Rhoda tells him that he owes his debts to a guy named Lord Janu. And here comes another fun fact about this movie. So
Uh-huh.
Lord Janu is Coin, right? He's Janu
Yeah.
Coin. Do you know what the actor who plays him is named?
What?
Johnny Coin.
I thought when Rhoda said Lord Janu, I wrote in my notes that he said Lord Johnny because it sounded exactly like he said Lord
The
Johnny.
actor's name
And
is Johnny Coin, and they named the character Janu Coin. You know what?
this movie.
In a better movie, I would have thought that was pretty funny. But I think it's funny now for the wrong reasons, right? So then uh, Grogu runs in there, and Mando gets scared, and Jeremy Allen White goes, "Don't worry, I'm not my father. Do you know how hard it is to be your own man when your father is Jabba the Hutt? You see them cheering out there. For me, it's the first time I'm not living in his shadow. That's why I fight in the pits. They feared him, but they cheered for me. So no, I don't need rescuing."
They love you because you gave birth to me.
It's almost the opposite because the real version would be they hate me because you gave birth to me. That's the truth of this scene. But this is like, we should be getting some fundamental like motivation on Rhoda here, even though like the delivery is just so lame, and
It's so bad.
why he's saying is so lame. Like, remember the first scene of the Penguin, where like we get Oz's like skill set, his motivation, and his
Uh-huh.
fatal flaw all in like one scene, and
All in like 2 minutes.
it's delivered like super naturally. It
Uh-huh.
feels so perfect in the moment, and then when you rewatch it again, you're like, you notice what they're doing. You're like, oh,
Yeah.
that's like really good. This is like the opposite, where you know exactly what they're doing as it's happening the first time around, and you're like, I hate you for it.
It's so bad.
But
It's so
but they
bad.
made such careful care to put these lines in the movie only to assassinate him later, or maybe
How
not
long do you think it
assassinate him
took
but
them
do
to write this
significant
script?
damage. To write the script, 5 minutes. ChatGPT, let it rip.
I was- my guess was a little bit more charitable. I was gonna say between like four script writers, 30 minutes.
There's three. There's David Filoni, John Favreau, and then there's one other dude whose name I
They
don't
each
remember.
picked an act, did not communicate at all.
They
All they knew is
each
the
picked
list
an
of
act.
characters, and they
But
all wrote it
at this point,
simultaneously.
at this point,
30 minutes.
Mando leaves the prison. He goes back to talk to Martin Scorsese. Then he threatens him and he gives him more money. And Scorsese explains, I like how I'm just referring to him by that name. His name in universe is Martin Scorsese. But
Now,
he,
okay, before we continue, this movie is written like if I was to write a movie about a person who's trying to make a recipe but only reads one thing at a time while making the recipe. So like you go on fucking New York Times and you get their baked Alaska recipe and you read the first ingredient, you go to the store and buy it. Come back, read the second ingredient. Go to the store, buy it. Come back, read the third. It's just it's awful. It's the
it's pretty
you're at this
pathetic.
place. You go to this place. You're at this place. You go to this place. Then you go back to this place. Then you go back to that place. Then you go to this place. Then you go back to this place, to this place, back to that place, back to this place, to this place, back to this place, to house, to this, back to that place.
And I just want to point out there has been no character work done for like anyone. I have no idea. I know nothing more about the Mandalorian than I knew before. I know nothing more about Grogu. The only character who's had work done is Rhoda the Hutt,
And all we
a
know about
character from the Clone Wars
we
movie.
just had and we
Oh.
had literally all of his ambition and character explained to us with no soul behind. It was basically like a narrator
The
telling
only
us where to
character I'm
go.
invested in at this point is Martin Scorsese.
Don't
I don't care.
worry, the little guys will be here soon and they'll free
I do
us.
kind of like them, but I also think what they're like utilized for really sucks. So, there's that.
Everything in universe about them sucks. Or everything about like why they're in the movie sucks. But them as a concept is funny and enjoyable.
So,
And
okay.
I choose
We
to believe that they are only that.
we keep tangenting slightly.
Because there's nothing to talk about.
No, there's that
There's
next
nothing
scene.
happening.
He goes to Martin Scorsese and he's like intimidates him and he's like, "Tell me, who Lord Janu is." And Scorsese's like, "Oh, I pay him protection. Sometimes people come here and pick stuff up, and sometimes I go to places." And then Mando gives him money to cover the fact that Grogu is once again eating because he is a pig.
He's a pig.
It's horrible. He's a gluttonous pig. He's eating he's eating this poor guy's food. Okay, so then it cuts to Mando's on a train and he just goes to the right place. What
He
happened?
just goes to a restaurant. He just walks.
How did he do this? Did like clearly Scorsese didn't tell him because he doesn't know. Was there stuff that happened off screen? Did they just off screen have him
No,
find the right
because he
place?
walks off on screen. He leaves Martin Scorsese, gets on the train. The train's going. He gets off at a stop, looks around, and then like we get this shot of what appears to be a space restaurant. Walks into the space restaurant, and it's where Johnny is.
No, let's be best faith. That wasn't his first stop. He stopped at other locations on the train to find out where Lord Janu is. We just didn't get to see it on screen.
This, surprisingly, this is we get more world building exposition in this sequence in a second.
And it's like really bad.
Yeah, but so the Mandalorian walks into this stupid bar. He walks in, he looks around, and they show us Ravagans, and they just portray them in the way with the funny music to tell you these are rough folks.
Wait,
these
they show us
nice
what?
guys.
They show us
They
what?
show us all the like Ravagans.
What is a Ravagan?
Isn't that a word? I don't know.
I've never heard that word in my life.
My soul is being drained from my body.
It's just making up words at this point.
There's hooligans. There's hooligans there.
Hooligans. I mean, you're more creative than the guys who made this movie, so
There's hooligans.
He goes in there,
and they're obviously up to no good.
He goes up to this demon-looking dude, and he's like,
"Yeah,
I'm looking for Janu." And the demon says, "Maybe you made a mistake. Maybe you remember wrong and think you know me. Maybe you just walked through the wrong door." And Mando just goes, "I'm not here to buy salt." It's so awkward.
This is the stupidest dialogue.
It's so bad. And then the demon guy explains that they don't sell salt because salt is rationed by the government.
No. Actually, wait, yeah.
Yes, that's what he says. 100%.
Oh, of course.
And by salt, like, they're not talking about, like, a special material. They're just talking about sodium chloride. How? It's rationed, dude. How is it rationed?
This is the universe that has ocean planets.
But not
Why
here.
do you not have interplanetary salt trade?
I don't know. Maybe they do, but they just...
You can get Gorman silk here, but you can't get
trade
salt?
routes. Bad trade routes. How are they getting Gorman silk? Gorman is gone. I guess they're like leftovers. I guess they're leftovers. Oh, I thought you were actually referencing something that happened.
No, I was making a funny joke. I don't care about this movie.
Anyway, Mando wants to see Janu, and the devil guy is like, "Can I buy Grogu?" Pretty much. That's what he
Yeah, he's
says.
like, you would look really pretty in a cage.
Like, what does that even mean?
And then it like pans backwards and there's all these animals in
Oh.
cages. It's just like,
And then
what?
and then he sends in his squad to like attack Mando.
Yeah, the goons
Oh,
get him.
there's another thing I want to say real quick. Mando constantly wearing his armor is like real dumb. Why does he just walk around all the time with armor on? Very
Because that's
conspicuous,
part of the Mandalorian code,
very
dude.
conspicuous Mandalorian armor that anybody could like. If anybody sees him wearing that, like that's immediately going to be known by anyone who matters. They're going to be like, "Oh, there's a Mandalorian here." That's like a bad sign.
That's literally the entire point of being a Mandalorian.
But he's like a bounty hunter. He should be like utilizing
Yeah, it does.
stealth.
The Mandalorians don't make any fucking sense, dude. They make no sense.
I
We need
get
to
it
be.
when they're like warriors, but he's not. He's a bounty hunter. In fact, like the funny thing is, they're supposed to never show their faces, but by not showing their faces, they actually make themselves more conspicuous.
Yeah,
If they,
it's so
if Pedro
stupid.
Pascal was just walking around, he would have actually
Nobody would
been.
suspect anything.
Yeah, exactly. But it's lucky he has the armor on because now there's going to be a big old fight, and
And he
everybody
beats them very
he
easily.
beats them, and it's pretty pathetic because these guys all decide to like attack a heavily armored guy with their fists, and they all decide the best way to do it is to like punch him. There's one guy with a blaster, but he gets taken out pretty quick. And these other guys are like, I'm gonna run up and punch him in the face. It's like, dude, what do you think is gonna happen? That would
It's
not be
so
how I would
stupid.
go about fighting an armored dude in unarmed combat. It's not the way to do
Yeah,
it.
nobody would do that. It doesn't make any
That's not the
sense.
way to do it. Okay, listen. All right, James, you and I are in there, right? There's like 5 or 6 of us. All right, too easy. Surround him,
I'm
right? This
One of
guy.
us goes in for the clinch.
No, no, no. This
Grab him.
is this is even better. I'm watching this movie. Mando throws like a naked front kick out there at a guy. He just walks up to him and throws his front kick with no like. There's nothing backing it up. He's not setting it up. Too easy, bro. We're getting
Yeah.
in on the single leg. Taking him down right there, and then we're all just gonna dog
Yeah,
pile
and then
him.
we all dogpile
And
him,
like
dude.
one of us is gonna grab an armbar because guess what? Armor doesn't like block just
Arm
physics.
Armor doesn't make your joints not joints
It doesn't
anymore.
make your joints not joints anymore. So like we're just gonna armbar, leg lock. Everyone's gonna be on a limb.
He's just like spread out like
What's he gonna do?
like a human flay.
What is he gonna do? But instead they're like, let's punch him in the face. And like these are supposed to be like criminal guards, aren't they?
Yeah.
They should they should be more than just goofballs.
They're goons, dude.
They're
Goons are
the
supposed to
guards
die
of
really fast.
they're the guards of Lord Johnu Coin, the like super cool guy.
Not only the super cool guy, the super important like
Empire
leader
guy,
of
yeah.
of the fallen
But we
empire.
don't know that yet. But Johnu comes out and he's like, "Oh, oh well, looks like you earned your salt today. Come on back." Uh, dude, if only you just did that earlier, you could have saved the lives of all your friends. But all right. So he brings Mando back and he offers him salt. And Mando's like, I don't need it because salt's really common where I come from. And Lord John is like, oh, that's too bad. You want to fight in the pits? And Mando's like, no, I actually want to buy. I want to buy the contract on Road to the Hut. And Janu's like, no, I'm not going to do that because guess what? Tomorrow I'm killing him.
1 second while my instant pot stops beeping. You just gotta wait. It
That was
just
the
keeps
most interesting
beeping, and
thing
there's
that's
nothing you
happened.
can do about it.
That was more interesting than the movie. Wow. But
Which I can someone explain to me why on earth Janu wouldn't just be like, sure, you can buy the contract.
yeah, oh yeah, dude, just let him go through this last fight and then he's all yours.
Yeah.
That'd be easy enough.
Wha-
But he decides to tell Mando that he's gonna rig Rhoda's death. Which
Yeah.
is like,
He just
why would you tell
it's
him
like
that?
Dr. Doofenshmirtz in Phineas and Ferb when he just tells all of his evil plan every single
Yeah,
time.
if the bounty hunter's goal is to get Rhoda and bring him back alive, and he's gonna get paid for that, and you tell him that you're planning to have Rhoda killed the next day, what do you think the bounty
Surely
hunter's gonna
we've
do?
yeah.
He's obviously gonna go try to break him out.
Surely you've just intentionally created conflict.
Oh yeah, absolutely. And he's like, all right, so here's what you're gonna do: take all those money that you were gonna give me and go bet on Rhoda to die, and you'll get a bunch of money, right?
And this, ladies and gentlemen, is when we go right back to where we were 30
No,
seconds
no, no,
ago.
no, no, no. There's more. There's more funny stuff that happens in this scene. Um,
Uh,
he tells him to bet on Rhoda's death, and then he says, "You should consider the idea of fighting in the pits." After I just told you that I intentionally rig the death of people who fight in the pits
oh
for me.
yeah, yeah. I also was like sitting there and I was like, "What? This doesn't make any
And
sense."
Mando's like, no. And then Johnny gives him a salt rock, which Mando already said has no value to him. And then he
Yeah.
goes, consider my offer again. And then Mando leaves and he just drops the salt in a guy's drink as like a FU, I guess.
Yeah. And then
I
the
don't
red
know.
guy gets all angry looking.
Yeah, he looks really mad, which I don't know why. Just like take that, boil it, and you can just get that salt for yourself, man.
This movie doesn't make any sense.
But yes, you're right. Now Mandu Mando goes back to the prison, and he sends Grogu up through a little vent, and Grogu opens the door and lets him in. And they just walk through the prison, and they just get to Rhoda without any like guards or anything stopping them.
Mhm.
It's comical. And then Mando tells him that freaking Janu is plotting to have him killed, and Rhoda doesn't believe him. And he's like, "Why would I believe you? The twins sent you here to get me and bring me back so that they could kill me and take my inheritance, basically."
Because I'm the heir.
Yeah. And he doesn't want to be
They
rescued. And
just
then
they
he
just be
literally like,
telling us everything that happens.
yeah. And then he goes on like basically an identical monologue to the one that he said earlier.
Yeah,
It's like, all right, second time's the charm.
when I was his age, I was on my own.
No, he says that later. This is the part where he's like,
He
when
does.
I first started, they were booing me. And then later they started cheering for me. It's so pathetic. And then Rhoda calls for the guards who start pumping gas into the jail cell to knock out the Mandalorian. And Rhoda, or not Rhoda, Grogu escapes and Mando passes out.
No, Grogu passes out.
No, he doesn't. Or at
Yeah, he
least,
does because he gets
oh yeah,
captured.
he does. But well, I guess we don't know because we see him run out of the room. So presumably, if he passes out, it's later, or he just gets grabbed while he's trying to get out.
Yeah.
But the important part is that Mando passes out here, despite us knowing for a fact from the TV show that Mandalorian suits allow you to survive in space. Did you know that?
Wait, what?
They can survive in
How?
space. I don't know
What?
how. I
How?
just know that they
That
do.
doesn't make any
They
sense.
fly through space with their jetpacks.
No way.
Yeah, it happens.
What?
It happens in the show. And he gets knocked out by
Doesn't
poison
make any
gas while he's
sense.
wearing the armor. I don't know how the armor would keep you alive in space. We've already been over. It's like there's fabric all over it. Do they have
uh,
oxygen tanks on them anywhere? No. No, they don't.
do they know,
Like, what's happening?
do they go to film school?
I
Do
think
they know
that's
how
the
to write?
problem is they did go to film school because we didn't, and we're noticing all this stuff. So, um, yeah, he passes out and he wakes up and he's in like the hallway leading directly to the arena, which is really funny because that means the whole crowd was just waiting out there for him to wake up.
Yeah, I also was thinking about
And
that,
Rhoda
and
is Rhoda's just been
Rhoda is
standing out
standing
there.
there waiting for him as well.
It could
And
have
for
been
some
it
reason,
could have been like any amount of time they're just sitting there like, oh, someday.
he walks out of this place, looks to the left, and there's another room that has all his stuff in it. And he just walks past it.
I don't think that was his
Why?
stuff. I don't know what that was. It was just junk, I
It
think.
looked well. It was at least his blaster.
Well, it must
It
not
was
have been
at least as
accessible to
well.
him because otherwise he would have, grabbed it. Surely.
Or he just walked past it. I don't
No,
know
come
why.
on.
It doesn't make
I
any
don't think they're
sense.
that stupid. He would have grabbed it. Surely.
Ah,
Surely.
yeah.
Um Also, I thought it was
Also,
funny.
this scene.
I thought it was funny that Rhoda was facing away from the door that Mando was going to come out of so that he could turn around and aura farm.
I don't know.
That was just kind of
Also,
amusing.
this whole fight between the Mandalorian and Rhoda is like a direct copy of the fight between Thor and Hulk in Thor Ragnarok, except so much less interesting
The fight between
and
Thor and
so much
Hulk
less
in
funny.
that movie is like kind of good. It's like kind of a good fight. It makes some kind of
Yeah, but that's
sense.
what they were trying to do the same thing and just fail. They just fell on their faces.
Yeah, he comes out to fight Rhoda. Grogu is also there. He's in a cage. They
Mhm.
forgot he can use the Force, so he doesn't do anything to contribute during this whole sequence, which is just
He just watches.
he just watches and just allows his father to nearly die. Mando goes in there. He grabs a couple blades and he runs in there and there's like a little fight thing that happens and he eventually locks in a submission with his grappling hook. He manages to wrap up old Rhoda. And then Rhoda does the jump crush move that he did earlier, and he kills the Mandalorian.
And then the Mandalorian gets back up.
No, he kills the Mandalorian. He's dead. I don't. Armor doesn't protect you
What?
from getting crushed. There's no way.
No, I
He's
think
got
you're wrong.
the plates aren't even connected. They're like separated plates. It's like if you have a s'more and you have like a marshmallow between two graham crackers and you crush the graham crackers together without breaking them, the marshmallow gets flattened. He's dead. Fortunately, he survives. And
In a manner that can be described as fucking somehow.
it's
No, actually,
it's
for the
literally
rest
that
of this
meme of
movie, he's
the
actually.
it's the Ice Age meme where the guy's like, "Did you die?" Sadly, yes, but I lived. And then
Actually, for the rest of the movie, the Mandalorian is dead, and he's like a meat puppet
he's a
controlled by
zombie, yeah.
Grogu.
Grogu broke there's a tree
In the
branch, the
forest.
one which will.
I wish the Mandalorian was more alive
I
than
wish
anyone
the
on the fucking
Mandalorian
planet.
was more alive than dead. But Rhoda like stands up and he doesn't see that Mando is still alive and he starts like celebrating. He just turns around and Mando's just standing behind him.
Guess who's back?
Guess who's
Back
back?
again.
Back again. Or he's right behind me, isn't he? So then Mando decides to stand in the pocket with a guy whose like only ability is to crush you in close range combat, and he wins.
In close range combat.
Yeah. And then he defeats him, and he's holding like a blade up to his throat, and the whole crowd is like, go him, go him, yeah, yeah. And the look on Rhoda's face of
And then
just sadness is.
yeah, and then the Mandalorian says, what does he say?
I yield.
I yield. Rhoda has won. He is free now.
And then the crowd is like, boo.
And then Johnny stands up and goes, Rhoda has won. He is free to die.
And the crowd loves it. The crowd is evil, dude. Everybody in this crowd is evil. They're all like, "Yes, dude, kill the guy who won." Like, imagine you're watching like a boxing match, and the boxer wins, and then freaking Dana White comes out and he's like, "Now he will be killed for winning." He just shoots him, and the crowd's like, "Yay,
Yeah.
yes, sir."
And then
He
all
sends in
the
all these
doors
freaky
open.
monsters. Yeah.
Yeah, freaky monsters of all kinds. We got little monsters, we got electric monsters. That's set up for something. And then we got big
Oh
monsters
yeah,
and we got
he also
centipede
activates. They
monsters.
activate like a laser thing around the arena to keep the monsters from
Yeah.
climbing out. And I do kind of enjoy like they have two like huge ogre creatures come out, and then like a little
Uh-huh.
tiny toad like runs out.
Yeah.
I did
That
think
was
that was
funny.
kind of funny. um,
Uh,
but they fight them, and I don't really have much to say about this fight
they
except that
fight and they hit things and then they get out.
the only thing I want to say is like at one point in the fight, one of the ogres like slams Mando in the head multiple times with a hammer.
Oh yeah.
It's like it's
Yeah.
insane how hard he hits him, and Mando's
Yeah.
just fine. You know, he's all right. Nothing
Just
doing.
so
It's that
everybody
Beskar
knows,
armor.
you know,
It's real powerful.
like there have been times in history when people wore helmets when they fought. Helmets like the one that the Mandalorian wears.
Yeah, but
They're not made of
they
magical
weren't made of
space
Beskar
metal,
though. They weren't made of Beskar though.
but like you could hit a knight's helmet with a baseball bat. It's not a mace, it's not a sword, it's not a battle axe. You can hit it with a baseball bat and do significant damage to the person wearing the helmet cuz not only are you getting your shit rocked, but it's when you hit metal with things and it's right next to your ear, it's really loud.
Yeah.
It's
Also, like
disorienting.
metal, famously not very good against like blunt trauma. Because
Yeah.
the thing about blunt trauma is you get hit with some, you either fall into something or you get hit with something really heavy, and it causes you to like vibrate, and that's where the
Yeah.
damage comes from. Like he would be unconscious for sure from these blows.
Yeah.
And that's the whole shtick
But
with
nope,
vibranium
he's
in the
fine.
MCU is that vibranium like absorbs all of those vibrations. They kind of have an explanation for it in those. It's still not a great explanation, but like in universe it works. For Beskar, there's nothing like that. It's just really
It's just
powerful,
metal.
and it can stop anything. And then the
And then the
fight
little electric
ends.
bug,
Rhoda throws
the
it.
little electric bug jumps on Rhoda and he throws
Rhoda.
it and it and the little electric bug hits the electric fence
And
and
it
the
like
electric fence turns off.
not just the electric fence, like the entire arena.
All power.
It destroys all of the power to like the whole place except for some lights. And then
Nobody
Janu,
thought about this before they put the
yeah,
electric guy in the
and
fight.
then Janu and the demon guy immediately take off, and the rest of the crowd is like, they don't really care until the monsters start to
Yeah.
climb out and like attack them and kill like tons of civilians.
Uh-huh.
And then they rescue stupid green baby, and Mando, Rhoda, Grogu, they all flee, and then Rhoda like finds a perfectly hut-shaped speeder and gets into it and like takes
That is
off.
way too big for the car lanes in this city. It is twice the size. He's in both lanes as he's driving the whole time. Whoever designed that space car in this universe, very stupid.
Well, it's a hut. It's for huts, you know? It's like the equivalent of a lifted ram with dualies. All right? Come on. But he flies away.
But while he's flying away, like all of the other monsters have escaped and are like murdering civilians in the street, and the Mandalorian watches them like slaughter people, and then he just flies away.
Oh yeah, dude. They do not
Flies
care.
away.
They do not care about like all the civilian deaths
Yeah.
at all.
Grogu gets in his little Grogu car, drives away. Mandalorian flies away.
It's kind of
And
psychotic.
this,
It's really psychotic.
yeah, and they're chasing after the Mandalorian. This may be probably the worst and most pointless chase scene ever made.
Yeah, because they just catch
It
him.
is abysmal.
Because Zeb just flies
Yeah,
out
so
and they catch him.
they're just driving on the streets recklessly, and then the ship shows up and stops Rhoda, and he goes, "Can't blame a guy for
You
trying."
got me.
And then they cuff
Can't
him.
blame a guy for trying. Yeah, and they cuff him with their
That's
hut-sized cuffs.
it is. I basically during that whole chase scene, because it's like a 4-minute chase scene, but that's all that happens. Nothing happens other than
Civilian
they're
deaths.
just chasing him and civilian deaths.
It's pretty brutal,
Uh,
man.
I was
And
just
Mander doesn't
writing
care.
notes. I didn't even look at the screen. I just like stopped looking at the screen at one point because they're just like
Yeah, because you
they're
could
just
just tell
reckless
what was
driving.
happening by like the sound.
It is like infinitely more entertaining to watch videos of police chases on
Oh
the
yeah.
internet
Oh
from
yeah.
helicopter
Those are
footage.
great. I love police chase videos.
And there'll be like 30-minute streaks of those chases where it's just them driving. But it's still so much more
It's
interesting.
so much more interesting because it's real. But now we get to like a more
Yeah.
important scene. Important, in air quotes. But they're on
Uh,
the ship, and Rhoda is like, "Dude, you gotta let me go, because the twins are gonna kill me. I'll
yeah.
disappear, I'll go wherever." And Mando is like, "Sorry, dude. I'm just gonna turn you in. I was hired to do
I'm
this."
just doing my job.
And Rhoda confronts him. He's like, "I can't believe you could work for those monsters." And Mando's like, "I actually work for the Republic. The whole reason I'm doing this is to get the location of Commander Coin. And the twins said they'd give it to me if I brought you to them." And he's like, "It's Janu."
That was probably the most boring reveal ever.
Oh yeah, it's so like expected, and also it really sucks that like Rhoda knows that,
Yeah.
because it's so lame.
And
It's
also
so lame, man.
Janu, it literally controls the Shikari system. How and his name is Janu Coin. It's not like a nickname. It is his name.
Well, I guess they
How
don't know
did
that his
no
last name is
one
Coin. Mando doesn't
Rhoda
know
knew
that for
it?
whatever reason. It's what this is, and why this bothers me so much is because it's a cop out, right? It's a cop
Mhm.
out of interesting storytelling. Where, like, the interesting conflict would be, man, like Rhoda seems like a nice guy, and if I turn him into the twins,
Uh-huh.
they're gonna kill him. But also, if I don't turn him into the twins, this Commander Coin guy is gonna keep doing whatever like evil he's doing. So then you can actually like have maybe a conflict, or like an interesting idea about whether it's worth it to sacrifice this one guy to bring down this evil like empire. You know, that's kind of
The problem
interesting.
with that
That
though
seems like something you can make a
is
story
to
out
have a
of.
yeah, but the problem is that to have a character make a hard choice, they have to be a character. And the Mandalorian is not a character.
Well,
The
no, we know.
Mandalorian
No, no, no.
is
We
a
know the
suit of
choice.
armor that
We know the
does.
choice. If Rhoda hadn't known who Coin was,
Yeah.
he would have given him up.
And Rhoda would have been murdered.
Killed. Mando literally only saves Rhoda because it's convenient. Because it's an
No, not well,
option.
actually, yeah.
Because
Like
it's an option. Because since Rhoda knows, that gives him the ability to save him. But if he didn't know, he would have sacrificed Rhoda to the
yeah.
Huts.
So I know that in the last episode we didn't want to jump ahead, but I don't care about this movie at all, and
No, we're gonna
nobody
get
should go
lost,
watch
dude.
it.
We're gonna get lost.
We're not gonna get lost. But later in the movie, they're on the Hut planet and they have a way to escape. But Rhoda is still kidnapped, being tortured. And the Mandalorian looks at Grogu and says, "Well, we could get away and it would buy us time, but the twins would
Oh
still chase
yeah.
us.
Oh
Or we could stay and fight."
yeah. We
Doesn't
could let
mention it
Rhoda
all.
keep getting tortured.
But the only reason they stayed is because
Oh
they're like, the twins
man,
will keep
dude.
chasing us, and that would be inconvenient for us. And then they set Rhoda free so that he can help them fight.
They
Not
literally
at
only
all
save
to
Rhoda
save
on
him.
multiple occasions because it's convenient. Because they happen to be able to, while still accomplishing all their other goals.
Ugh.
That's like, if you want to make that your character, that's fine, but I don't think that's
Well,
what they
it's
want
not
Mando's
even that
character to be.
it's not even that they save him because they can save him without sacrificing their goals. They save him because it's the only way to help them accomplish their goals.
That's true, because if they
Or
had it
because he will
saved, then the
help them.
twins would have come out and started wreaking havoc
Yeah.
with their physical combat ability.
But
No,
anyways, John
it's
or
fine. It's
Rhoda.
fine if you want that to be your character, but I don't think they want that to be their character. They want
Yeah, they don't
Mando to
want him
be
to be a
like a
ruthless.
sympathetic person, but he's not. He's a
Uh,
psychopath.
but after Rhoda says it's Janu Coin,
Oh yeah.
Mandalorian's like, "How? Well, how do you know?" And he's like, I went to his house once after a fight, and he had stormtroopers there." And then we cut, and they're at Janu's
No, no, no.
house
There's
on a different
there's
planet.
worse there's worse stuff. First of all, that's not even like a good like that's not even a good justification. Like, there could be any
Yeah.
reason why stormtroopers would be there. And then Rhoda says, "You're a bounty hunter. You know when someone's lying. Am I lying? Or am I telling the truth?" And that apparently convinces him. It's like, yeah,
That's so stupid.
Rhoda, a character who would have every reason to lie to the Mandalorian right now to save his own
Yeah.
skin. Oh, yeah,
Mhm.
he seems like an honest guy. Anyway, he's right, and they show up. They like, it cuts to them outside Janu's house. Uh, they're looking around. There's stormtroopers everywhere, and Rhoda is like, "There's lots of stormtroopers. You're gonna need to get as much backup as possible if you want to pull this off." And then it just cuts to
And then he says, "Sure." And then it cuts to them infiltrating.
Janu
It doesn't even.
making like
Yeah.
a plan to like to stop Mando from causing it. He's like, "Lean on the mayor, set all this up," and then Mando is just in the room. He's just like, "Hi, you're coming with me." And then there's like a weird moment where Janu hits a button on his his hologram screen, and it becomes opaque, and he doesn't like run out to the sides or anything. He's just back there, and Mando can't see him. And then he fights
Yeah.
all the other guys. Also, Zeb is just outside in the hallway with his bow staff and like a ton of stormtroopers. And
He kills like 40 stormtroopers.
he somehow lives. I have no idea how, because he doesn't have
The kill
Beskar.
count.
He doesn't have
The
Beskar.
kill
He should be
count.
dead.
The kill count in this movie is insane.
Oh yeah,
we
there's so
should
many
have like
stormtroopers.
we should have went to go see it like one more time and just counted how many people 100% died.
I'm sorry, there's
Like
no
not
way.
even just stormtroopers.
There's no way I would
There's
go to
so
see
many
this
people.
movie again. I
It
mean,
was abysmal.
also there would be no way to count how many Hutts die during the Great. We'll talk about that later. Okay,
Never
anyway,
forget.
never forget. So Mando kills a bunch of the stormtroopers that are in the room, and then the opaque hologram thing turns off, and Janu is somehow gone, and the red devil guy is behind it instead. And he starts shooting at Mando with a machine gun, and Mando ducks and escapes. And then they start fighting in melee combat, and the red guy has like a electric thing that he shocks Mando with. And Mando stabs him with a knife and then sets him on fire.
They have guns. And there's guns all over the floor as well.
Well, we've already established that guns don't work on Mando, so honestly, this red devil guy is like the smartest character in the movie. Because he decides to
He
resort
does.
to the electric
Yeah.
device instead. That's like a good idea.
Yeah.
But unfortunately, he
He
is
does work on it.
stabbed and then ignited. And then Janu like pops out and tries to run out of the room, and Mando's like, "I can either take you in warm or cold." And Janu surrenders, and they take him out. And they've got him in handcuffs, and they load him up on a speeder and drive away. And like
More chase scenes! Yeah!
there's like two
more chase
speeders with
scenes!
stormtroopers chasing them. And like, this isn't a problem at all. They can't shoot at you guys because Janu's in your speeder with you.
Yeah.
Just shoot them. But Mandalorian starts like panicking, and he's like radioing to the ship. He's like, "You guys need to start the ship." And Rhoda and Grogu are both sleeping. Wow, what a bunch of assholes. They're just like, "Well, time to hit the hay." Oh, I bumped my desk.
You know, the original thing that the Force does is just letting you like sense danger. Grogu got none of that.
I guess
Grogu has
he's a
no
baby,
Force
dude.
sense
He doesn't
at
have
all.
access to that ability yet. He has access to other abilities.
He
just
can
not
force
that one.
heal.
No.
He can force heal.
Yeah,
The
well,
entire plot of the
nah.
prequels is that they can't do that.
Nah, dude.
The existence of Vader is based off of he couldn't force heal.
Dude, you gotta understand, he doesn't have the ability yet. He's not old enough to have force
The
sense
first
yet.
ability you unlock.
Yeah, passive abilities like sensing. You unlock the active abilities that require training first. And then you get the passive ones later.
Remember when Luke Skywalker had to leave for like multiple years just to learn how to lift a rock?
It wasn't multiple years. It wasn't actually that long.
What's Well, no, because he goes back after the second movie,
He goes to
and he's
Tatooine.
with Yoda in between 2 and 3.
No, he's not with Yoda in between 2 and 3. You're misremembering.
Are you sure?
Yeah, he's
He
on his
goes
home
back to
planet.
finish his training.
He trains himself with like some techs in Obi-Wan's old cabin. That's what happens. And there's like a 6 month
I'm
time
not a
gap. There's like a
nerd.
6 month time gap. It works for me. But to be fair though, Grogu has spent some amount of time in universe with Luke training. So
Yeah, it still doesn't have
whatever.
Force
He
sense.
doesn't have Force sense. And they call him, they're like, we need to start the ship because we're being chased by 8 stormtroopers, a massive threat. Even though we just killed like 50. And Grogu goes to like start the ship and Mando's giving him instructions, and on like multiple occasions Grogu launches like deadly missiles at them. And it's very lucky that they aren't all killed. Mando would be fine, but Zeb and
The
Johnny could blow
Mandalorian
up.
doesn't. The Mandalorian does a god awful job at explaining to this infant how a spaceship works. He's like, next to the defibrillator carbon
Yeah.
there's a button.
Is there any evidence this
It's to
this
the
infant
north
can
of the.
read?
They aren't marked. That's the whole like confusing part of
Yeah,
knowing how to
and he's
pilot
just
is you have to
flipping
memorize all the
he's
buttons.
flipping random switches and just launching missiles, and eventually they give up. I don't know why they put this in the film. Just
Yeah.
to entertain people.
Well,
And
it was the
I will
payoff for the
say
buttons because
the
he's
audience
like,
thought
remember what
this
I
was
told you never to touch
hilarious.
those buttons. Oh, your audience thought that was
Oh,
hilarious?
they thought it was
No
so
one
funny, dude.
reacted in the audience
Well, I guess
was.
I've seen it twice. The first showing, nobody reacted to anything in the entire movie, and the second showing earlier today, people thought that was like really funny, and they laughed at a lot of different things actually, which was disgusting. And I think like we need to cleanse our society of all these people who laugh at these movies, and I will stand on that statement.
Eugenics would help. Eugenics
um,
gets a bad rap.
but like they get to the ship, and they all get. Oh, I forgot they destroyed one of the speeders already. They get out and they're running, and Johnny's running with them, and Zeb is like, "Best keep running. They're shooting at you too," which is like, why are they shooting at him? That's a great question.
Yeah.
Um, Whatever. They drive their speeder into the ship, like not like crashing into it, like up the ramp into the ship, and then Rhoda just beats them up. They all have guns.
And
None of them shoot
then
the
Zeb says,
giant.
I like this
I
guy.
like this kid. Yeah, exactly. He just beats them up. None of them shoot him. They all have guns. They're just like, oh man, this big old slug guy's beating us up. And then they fly away, and there's like this dogfight bit where they're not fast enough, so Mandalorian tells Zeb to rip out the entire like computer system of the ship so that he can go faster.
Uh-huh.
Boring. Boring. He goes
Boring.
faster and it launches Grogu, and he's
I don't
like,
know if
wear
you
your
would believe this.
seatbelts. Yeah. And then he goes behind them
Yeah.
and shoots them, and they leave. I don't like that.
There's so many points in this movie where they're like, "Oh, they might die," and never once do you ever
Oh
think,
yeah.
"Oh my gosh,
Obviously they're
they're in a
not
little bit
gonna.
of danger."
Obviously.
Yeah.
Nobody can die in this movie except the bad guys.
I wonder if they know what suspense is.
You know, they have a lot of these moments in this movie where Mando is like really safety like oriented. He's like always wear your seatbelt, stuff like that. And that's like his only character trait.
And it's not even consistent either. It's completely random.
Yeah.
It's like they tell stories like they are using D20s, and they're like, if it's 1 through 5, something completely insane will happen. If it's 6 through 19, something completely insane will happen.
Honestly, I
And
think
if you
there's a
get a nat
simpler
20,
answer.
maybe it'll make sense.
I think there's a simpler answer. I think they just forget that they give characters certain traits, and then they just remember them later. They're like, "Oh yeah, he has this trait. Put that in. Make him say something about
Oh yeah, he
seatbelts."
cares about Baby Yoda.
Yeah,
Uh,
I would kind of enjoy that. That's kind of like a funny subversion, right? It's like a violent bounty hunter warrior who's also like really conscientious about proper like spaceship driving safety and stuff like that. That would be kind of fun.
You're
But
going above the speed limit.
yeah, that would
Damn it, Grogu.
that would be amusing, but unfortunately, it's his only trait, so it's not.
There was a yield sign there.
No California stops in my ship.
You didn't use your blinker.
Unfortunately, it's his
How are
only
the other
trait,
drivers
and it's
supposed to
applied
know where you're going?
inconsistently, so I hate it. And now we're about I reckon we're about halfway through the movie at this point. You want to take a quick
I'm so
bathroom
excited to
break?
never talk about this movie again.
Quick bathroom
Yeah, I gotta
break.
pee really bad.
Yeah, me too. And we'll come back.
I'll be back.
We're back.
We're
All right. And we go to
back.
what is probably the worst conversation in the whole movie. So they come back to the base, and first of all, they walk
Oh
in.
yeah.
They walk in, and there's a very like conspicuous shot of somebody wearing a cowboy hat sitting at the bar. Do you know who that is?
Wait. I have no idea what you're talking about.
You might have been looking away, but when he walks back into the rebel base with Lord Janu, there's like a really, really lingering shot of just a guy wearing a cowboy hat sitting at the bar.
Yeah.
Do you know who that? You have no idea who that is, do you?
No.
That's Dave Filoni.
No.
As his in-universe
What?
character. All right. He has a character that he plays that occasionally shows up in Star Wars movies, and he's an X-wing pilot. Now, one thing you might know about Dave Filoni is that he really likes wolves, right?
Really?
Yeah, they're in most of the properties.
Oh
he's
my
made
gosh,
for
it's
Star
this
Wars.
guy?
Yeah. If you're looking at a picture of him, yep, there he is. He really likes wolves. In the Clone Wars, basically in Ahsoka, I think, in this movie, there's just wolves everywhere, right? You remember the wolf that the other bounty hunter has later?
Yeah.
My man likes wolves. Do you know what his character is named in this movie and other movies that he's been in?
Oh no.
His name is Trapper Wolf. So there he is.
Would be. I think it would be really cool. I'm imagining him pitching this to Kathleen Kennedy. So I think it would be really cool if like every once in a while I got to be in the Star Wars.
Well, he doesn't
movie,
need.
and I could like.
He doesn't need to pitch it to Kathleen Kennedy because she's been fired. He's the guy running the whole show now. He's in charge of everything.
By Kathleen Kennedy.
Well, she probably did some of it at the beginning, but she got fired last year.
Yeah.
Or was it earlier this year? I don't know. But
no, I thought she got rehired.
No, she didn't. She's gone. Dave Filoni is the head executive of Lucasfilm, and he's also Trapper Wolf, and he's also in this movie. And there he is, Trapper Wolf.
That's my favorite character, Trapper Wolf.
He's got a cowboy hat.
He's really consistent.
Oh yeah, I would agree that he's like the only consistent thing in this film. But they go in and they bring Janu over to Sigourney Weaver, and she's like, "That doesn't look like a hut." And they proceed to have like a terrible, terrible conversation where basically Mando's point is that the Hutts were basically going to betray the Republic and sell out information to the Empire, and he bypassed them by just getting Janu. And her response is that the Hutts can hold a grudge for this sort of thing, and good job. And Mando's like, "I'm taking a break," and she's like, "Understandable." And then he just walks away. And my brain.
It's really weird.
My brain is melting. Like, we need to talk about this conversation for a minute because there's so much to say. First of all, she would be like, "How do you know that this is Janu? Who told you?" And then he would.
Who told you this?
And then he would either have to be like. He would either have to lie and make up who it was, or be like, "I can't tell you." Or he'd have to be like, "It was Rhoda the Hutt," at which point she'd be like, "Oh, so you have Rhoda? Take him to the Hutts." And if he was like, "I can't tell you," or if he made up a lie, she'd be like, "How do you know they know? How do you know this is actually him? Also, how do you know Rhoda actually knows it's him?" And then
Yeah.
Mando would have to be like, well, we went to his house and there were stormtroopers there. And she'd be like, okay, that doesn't prove anything. That's like tangential
Uh,
evidence that could back up other evidence. That's not enough on its own. And
yeah.
then if he told her that he had Rhoda with him, she'd make him bring Rhoda to the Hutts so that it doesn't ruin the relationship that the rebels have with the Hutts.
Yeah.
Also, Mando in this
It's
scene, why wouldn't he just be like, hey, so this is kind of crazy, right? I found Rhoda, and he told me that this guy is Janu Coin, and he also told me that the Hutts were planning on betraying us and selling out information to the Empire. Now, I don't know if that's true, but we might want to ask this guy right here and interrogate him a bit. And maybe he'll tell us the actual truth.
also, you know, Mrs. Sigourney Weaver. Uh, the there's a really big network system of planets that weren't associated with the rebels now, but I just took down their entire leadership structure. So we might want to go get in there. That could
Oh,
be
yeah,
important to
let's
the
go back
rebel
there and
cause.
capture those people that we left from the beginning of the movie. Yeah, Mando remembered them as he was flying back. He's like, oh shit. We left all
No,
those
I mean,
people
I mean,
behind.
I mean that too, obviously. But the Shikaria or the Shikaria, however you say
Oh
it,
yeah. Well,
that
I
moon
assume
and
they're
that
gonna do
whole
that
planet
now.
system,
I assume that's what's gonna
that whole
happen.
system is
Maybe, right?
yeah. It well, they Sigourney Weaver doesn't know that Commander Coin was on that planet.
That's
She has no
true. She
idea
has
where he
no
was.
idea where he is. You have no idea where I am. Saw, you're on Jeddah. We literally are looking at you right now. No. I could be anywhere. Anyway,
I just
this
spit brownie all over the place.
once again,
You have no idea.
this seems like another cop out from telling like a real story. Because you could make a story about this where
Yeah,
he's like, yeah, I have Rhoda, but he's like a good guy. He gave us the information we need, and I don't want to turn him into the Hutts. And then they maybe like the rebels would be like, well, you have to. And then you could actually make like a story where maybe Mando has to like escape the Republic. Where like that
yeah.
sounds like interesting. He decides to protect Rhoda and prioritize that over like helping the government. I don't know. That could be a story, but we don't do those. We don't do those here. Which it's such a shame, man. It's such a shame.
All right, season one of of Shikari. That's how you say it. Season one of Shikari is a crime syndicate season focused on a gang, a mafia group, or someone in a mafia attempting to climb the ranks of the mafia, right? Control a big part of the city. Season two, we learn about Rada the Hutt and his rise to become a glorious boxer somehow, even though he is
Somehow,
extremely slow and bad at
somehow,
fighting.
no, we can't. We can no longer make this show. That's impossible. And I like that just a couple
Season
minutes ago you
three.
were like, we need to go faster, and now you're like designing a whole TV show.
Season three. And what happens in season three, four, and five is the Rebel Alliance, or whatever they're called, attempting to instate a
The
government
Republic, I
and
guess.
control this mafia run planet. Yeah, the Republic. And it's, yeah, there we go. There's a
Okay.
TV show.
Well,
Please don't
the
let
next
Dave
thing,
Filoni touch it.
please don't let Dave Filoni touch it. The next thing that happens in the movie is Mando goes out to his ship, and Rhoda and Grogu are just playing in the water in the open. Like maybe
Yeah.
Rhoda, maybe you should consider hiding, my guy,
Maybe if we're not
because
going to tell everybody that you're here, you should hide.
the rebels, if they find him, would probably be like, "Oh, let's take him to the huts." But he's just
Isn't
playing.
this that guy who's supposed to be with the twins right now?
Wait, that guy kind of looks like a hut.
Hey, I don't know if you get this a lot, but are you a Hut?
Me?
You look a
No.
lot like that guy Jabba.
Do you know how hard it is to live in a world where everyone thinks you look like Jabba? Anyway, they leave to go, I guess, to Mando's house, which I don't know, like, where we're supposed to understand that is, but like, is that
Sand
Mandalore?
planet.
It's a place. It's some kind of
No,
place,
it's not Mandalore.
and they fly in on their ship. And as we see them flying in, guess who shows up right underneath them, looking up? But Embo.
He has a name?
Yeah, his name is Embo. In case you didn't know.
Oh.
But
I learned that
I'm
right
not. We're
now
not
because
gonna call
his
him.
name is never said.
We're not gonna call him Embo though, because he is going to be known as Mini Boss because that's effectively what he is.
Oh yeah, later in my notes I just say boss fight.
Yeah, in my notes, he's just Mini Boss.
Yeah, that's all he is.
um, how did he get here? Like, the Hutts already
I
know
don't
that
know.
Mando betrayed them. Somehow, they already know that. I don't know how they would know that. And they've already been
It
able
has
to,
been
like, he
it has
just
been
got
to our
Rhoda.
knowledge less than 24
As
hours
far as,
since
like,
he
the Hutts would
left.
just be sitting there like, oh, he must still be doing the mission. Like,
Yeah.
nobody's told them
It's a
anything.
really big city planet.
Yeah, like, Mando could take weeks to find Rhoda. Like,
Yeah.
there should have been a scene where, like, they call him or something and, like, Rhoda happens to accidentally walk into, like, the hologram or something. I don't know, just something. But they've already
Uh,
somehow found out that Mando betrayed them, and they've already hired Mini Boss, and Mini Boss has already found Mando's planet of residence. How? How did any of this happen? Is
and we
Mando's
don't know
address
how
public?
far
Has he been
away.
doxxed?
We don't know how far away
Is this what
Mando
we have
lives,
to
but
do?
Mini Boss locates him literally a couple hours
Like,
after just seeing a ship. He doesn't know it's the Mandalorian ship. The Mandalorian got a new ship at the Rebel
that's also
Alliance.
true.
How
He
does he know
found
that
this
it's the...
planet, and now he also somehow knows that is the Mandalorian ship, and he immediately follows it to get to his house. How did any of this happen? I'm so lost. It feels like something
It
happened
doesn't
off
make any
screen,
sense.
but nothing happened off screen. Anyway, Mando goes back to the crib, and the Fricks show up. They're the same
Is
sort
that
of
their name?
they're the
Or
same sort of creatures as Babu Frick from The Rise of Skywalker. So that's just what I call them.
oh,
They're known as the Fricks, right?
the Fricks.
Yeah,
They have a
Babu Frick,
name.
the
I like the
guy.
Fricks.
Hey,
They're little. They're so
but
fun.
they show up, and Mando is like, he wants to like modify his ship basically, and Grogu wants to play with them, and he's like, no, you can't. But then he lets Grogu go help them, and Rhoda's like, he's gonna be all right, that little guy. And I wrote this
Uh,
down word for word in my notes. It says Rhoda does a boring ass monologue about how he was alone as a kid and Grogu is lucky to have Mando. And Mando has
if you cut
called
out boring ass, that's the monologue. This movie is so
it's
damn
so
stupid.
boring. I don't understand how this was made. I would describe this movie as like
It costed me $50.
the color of this movie
A
is just
slideshow.
beige. It's just beige. That's all it is. But
I think. Well,
Mando
I
has
would say
called a
the color
gun
of this movie
runner.
is brown because beige is like a cool word at least.
Fair enough. Yeah, like tan. It's tan.
uh,
Mando has called a gun runner to smuggle Rhoda off planet, and Rhoda gets on the ship and he gives Grogu some food because Grogu, once again, say it with me now, is a gluttonous pig. Right. Rhoda gets on the ship and flies off, and Mini Boss is watching all of this happen through his binoculars. Now,
uh,
the understanding we'll have is that Mini Boss is going to go attack this ship and get Rhoda. I'm not sure when he does this. I guess it could be like between when he attacks Mando and now he flies off to get Rhoda. and then he comes back to get Mando, I think. But of course,
When
Rhoda isn't on the ship when Mini Boss is flying back to Now Huda, and it's kind of a small ship. So I assume he got like the license plate of the ship or something, and he sent it to the Hutts so that
in
they
the
can go
Force
get him.
Awakens, in the Force Awakens, or not the Force Awakens, I'm sorry, in The Last Hope,
The
the very
Last
first Star
Jedi.
Wars movie to ever come out.
Oh, the very first one, A
No,
New Hope.
or A
Yes.
New Hope. A New Hope. Sorry. Um, Luke and Obi-Wan and everybody get on the Millennium Falcon, and
Yeah.
they fly from Naboo or from Tatooine to Naboo, I believe,
To
is where they're heading
Alderaan.
to. But they get
Alderaan,
intercepted.
bro.
Alderaan, and they get intercepted by a big doom circle.
Because there
But
is no more Alderaan. It exploded.
yeah, but that journey takes like a week or two.
Oh yeah, it
They're
takes
on the ship
forever.
for a long
It
time.
takes forever.
All and I guess they didn't have hyperspace at that point, did they?
Yeah, they
Because they
did.
needed a hyperdrive.
No, they
Oh,
definitely did.
yeah, they did, didn't they? Yeah.
That's been a thing since the
All
beginning.
of these flights, all of these flights, to our knowledge, take like an hour to get from each planet to
I
each
know
one.
it. Maybe it's gotten faster, but remember in the Rise of Skywalker, where the whole point is that they have 16 hours to do the mission, and they go to like 4 or 5 different planets.
That movie doesn't
It's like
exist. I don't
16
believe
hours. There's no way. Just because the movie felt like it was 16 hours long doesn't mean it actually took that long.
it.
Time felt strange watching that movie. That movie had a very weird way of like warping my perception of time. This movie just was
in the
slow.
middle of this movie, I was watching and I was like, what else is going to happen in this movie? And I checked my phone and I was only halfway done. And
Dude,
I thought that I was going to
you're not the
die.
only one. I had that experience, and a lot of other people have had that same experience too. Like that's a very common thing.
It's
It's that moment when he comes back to the rebel base with Jano.
uh-huh.
Like pretty much everyone who
Yeah.
saw the
And
movie
you're
is like,
like,
"Oh, the movie's over," and then they check their phone, and it's like there's an hour left. It feels like 3 episodes of TV just stitched together,
yeah.
which is I think why it's the
Except
false climax. Oh, dude, it's a false climax. I get it now.
my girlfriend does that to me all the time.
Mhm. True nuke. All right. Well, we're just gonna move. We're just gonna move right. Okay. So somehow at some point, Mini Boss sends somebody to get Rhoda, or he got Rhoda himself. We have no idea, but that happened. And so we're at Mando's house. It's nighttime now. They're chilling, and Mini Boss basically just like walks up to the house through the darkness, right? No cover,
Uh-huh.
no concealment. He just like plug walks up to the house with the dog, with the wolf, and he's aura farming in the
Yeah.
mist. And
Hmm.
obviously, Mando can tell that he's out there, and he sees him through his night vision at one point. Um, luckily for Mini Boss, Mando does not just shoot him dead, like which he could and should have done,
He could have.
and should have. Your house is being approached by a mysterious man with a funky looking hat and a wolf in the middle of the night.
Yeah.
Kill him. Shoot him.
Open fire.
You also happen to be a bounty hunter who has like who the Huts are potentially opposed to. Kill
Yeah.
him. The only way this scene would have been better if he steps outside and he goes, "Is this what we have to do?" In 30 seconds, I will be
In 30
firing a warning
seconds, I'm
shot.
going to fire a warning shot.
Fire it
Fire
now!
now!
Pew! Is this what we have to do?
Is this
But
what we have to do?
yeah, that's how he'd say it. Unfortunately, this does not happen. He doesn't shoot Mini Boss. he just goes back in and he tells Grogu and the Fricks to go into the little Holocaust hiding space that they have on the floor. And he's like,
Yeah.
if I signal, if I signal, then leave the house, basically. So I don't know why they wouldn't just lead with that, but whatever. So then Mini Boss climbs up on the roof, and we get a really weird like first person shot of it, which you wouldn't normally see in Star Wars. I think they were really going for like scary in this scene, you know? They wanted it to be
They were?
scary. Um Mando sees him on the roof through his thermals. It's like a thatch roof. Okay, I can buy it. And he
Yeah.
tells,
And it's not like an outline, it's
yeah,
like a just a
it's like a
circle of
blurry. He can
warmth.
tell that somebody's up there. And he tells
Yeah.
Grogu and the Fricks to get out of the house, and then he decides to blow up his own house while he's inside it.
Well, he is under it.
This is insane, dude. He just throws a grenade on the roof and blows it up. And
uh,
seriously, the first time around, I thought that mini boss threw the grenade in. So like somehow. I thought he like did like a trick
no.
shot through the window. No, Mando just decides to blow up his own house. Very based. Very
And so
based.
this is a like we said, this is a thatch roof. These are the same explosives he used to disable an AT-AT walker.
Oh yeah.
And
Yeah.
he uses the same bombs in his own house, and not only is he fine, but the droid standing directly above the
That's not a
bombs just
droid.
falls through
It's
the
not a
ceiling and
droid, dude.
runs away.
It's not a droid. It's a guy.
He's not a droid?
It's a guy.
Wait, what?
It's a squishy, soft, fleshy guy. And a
How is he
giant
bulletproof then?
it's his
Every
hat.
time he gets shot, he's fine.
It's his hat. It's literally his hat is blaster proof. Trust me, this character, I know
Why
this
doesn't anyone
character
shoot him in
not
the
just
arm?
from this movie. He's also in the Clone Wars, and that's how he works. His hat is blaster proof.
What the fuck?
So
What's his
yeah,
name? Embo?
his name is Embo. But to me his name is
I'm
Wumbo.
so confused.
Yeah, we're not calling him mini boss anymore. His name is Wumbo. So
Wumbo.
the giant bomb goes off directly underneath Wumbo, and Wumbo is completely fine. He just like falls through, and then he lands,
And then
and
runs away.
he like leans over to block all the shots from Mando, and then he sets off a flashbang, and he like runs out the door.
Oh yeah.
It's like
Yeah.
what an interesting attack. You
I have
really
another
just
question.
risk life and limb to
How
accomplish nothing.
how how did he if he threw the flash bomb at his feet, how did he not get blinded?
Maybe he did.
Lucky he didn't run into a wall.
Maybe
He
that's
ran
why
right out the door.
he walked up like that. He was very carefully planning. All right, so I'm gonna turn 45 degrees.
In 30 seconds,
Okay,
in 30 seconds, he's gonna blow the floor
he
out from under
planned
me.
it perfectly. In 30 seconds, he'll probably blow up his house. And when that happens, I'll fall, lean over, throw a flashbang on the floor, and then turn 45 degrees and sprint and drop a little trap behind me. And then by the time I'm not blind anymore, it'll probably be okay.
Dear
it's such a bad
God.
sequence. It's a terrible sequence. Um,
uh,
but like he runs out of the house, and Mando chases him, and he chases after him, and he falls into like a snare that like electrocutes him and paralyzes him. And at the same time, the wolf creature captures one of the Fricks, and Grogu just allows this to happen. He doesn't use the Force or anything. Even though later in the movie he
yeah,
uses the Force to put
he
that dog to
uses the
sleep,
force on the dog.
he literally knocks it
Mhm.
unconscious. He doesn't do anything to save the Frick, and the dog just runs off.
Yeah.
And then Wumbo comes up to Mando laying on the ground, and he just like stands over him and aura farms for a while, and then he
And
calls.
Grogu could have saved
Yo, Grogu could have saved him. Yeah,
Mando.
totally. Force choke, force push, anything.
Yeah,
And then it's very lucky
he lifts
that
the hut
Grogu and the
leader.
Fricks are watching when this happens, because right at this moment, the Hutts call Wumbo and they're like, "Do you have him?" And Wumbo's like, "Yeah." And they're like, "Bring him to Nal Hutta." And that is the only reason why the rest of the movie is able to happen. Because otherwise, Grogu and the Fricks would have no idea where he went. Why would this conversation even happen? Like, surely he would just call them and he'd be like, "Hey,
Yeah.
I got him, by the way," and they'd be like, "Cool." Like, they've already gone over this. This would be like if I was at your house and I went to go pick up pizza, and then I called you to be like, "Hey, I got the pizza," and you were like, "Cool, bring it to my
Great.
house at
Bring
the
the
following
pizza to
address."
22.
That's essentially the equivalent. Um, I
Uh,
guess if they hadn't
and the
heard it
wolf,
and they went to Nalhutta, that would have been a pretty good guess, but it would have still
Yeah.
been a guess. Um, anyway,
the wolf
Brings the Frick with him
oh yeah,
in
he's
also
like
what can be
toying with it.
explained as the most pointless B plot ever. Because he is literally 5 minutes from him being taken and captured, he will be reunited with his friends.
No, there is a point to it though, and there is actually a point, which is that the Frick will be able to them, lead all the little Munchkins to where the Hut Palace is via underground routes, because he got off the ship and made it back. That's why they did all this.
They didn't go underground. They wandered
They went through
through the
pipes.
forest. Yeah, but he never entered the tower. He escaped before
Okay,
they entered the tower.
okay.
The pipes were part of the
Listen,
tower.
we can.
There's literally
No,
no
no.
reason.
I'm explaining to you why they made this decision, even though it doesn't work, even though it ultimately mechanically is broken. They tried to do something, which is the ship flies in, it lands, the little creature gets off, and it escapes, and it runs into the woods, and it sees its friend's ship come in, and then it goes over to them, and the logic that they're trying to get you to believe is that because it went that way, it kind of knows geographically where the hut fortress would be, so that it can lead them generally that way, and then they stumble across the lake with the pipes in it.
Also, for
It's
anyone who
insane.
hasn't seen
It's
the movie,
completely insane.
The Hut Fortress is a giant tower in the middle of a swamp that is taller than everything else. So
Yeah, the Fricks would have
it's
been
not
able to
really
see it
hard
when
to
they
find
flew
it.
in their spaceship.
Yeah.
It's insane what they're doing here. It's completely absurd. Also, like, Wumbo completely forgets that they captured that thing and doesn't really appear to care that it's gone. I don't really know
Yeah.
why they captured it to begin with, but they just did.
Well, the dog just took it and was chewing on it
Anyway,
without
let's
eating it, even
we
though
gotta
it
we
seems
gotta
like that
backtrack. The wolf is like playing with the creature, which, by the way, terrifying. Like, imagine you
Yeah.
get captured by like a giant beast, and it's just using you as like a chew toy and like goofing around with you.
Yeah,
That'd be pretty horrifying.
that would suck.
But Mando like tricks it with a treat and saves the creature, and this really makes the wolf angry, and it starts barking, which causes Wumbo to come on down. And then Mando like tries to gaslight Wumbo into letting him go, and Wumbo electrocutes him, and then it cuts.
And then they arrived to Nalhutta.
Yep. And also, the tiny little ship, like that the Fricks and Grogu are on, apparently it's small enough that it can infiltrate through the Hutt's serious security. So one wonders why the Republic hasn't been using these guys as like the best spies ever.
Yeah. Oh, wait.
Like, they would
That
be
would be really
great
useful.
aerial recon. Like, are you kidding? Also, it's funny that they plan to rescue Mando, but they take a ship that definitely will not fit Mando.
Yeah.
Like,
Nobody
guys,
thought that through.
I understand that like your leader is a baby, but there's at least three of you here that are like adults who should be able to like think this one through. But they don't. Also, these random mechanics are really dedicated to saving Mando. Like, good for them. They're
Yeah.
just good people. They're better people than Mando is. Um,
Yeah.
so then the bounty hunter ship lands, and the other Frick just walks off of it. Okay. And
Also, if they're insinuating that little frick led them through the pipes, he in no way entered the building at all.
no,
There's no.
the only way he would have been able to do it is with what we call in the business of land navigation dead reckoning, which is basically you get a map and you're like, I'm here, this point is over here. I'm basically just going to take a straight line to get there. And like normally we wouldn't do it. Normally we would use what's called terrain association, right? You look at your map, you're like, we
Yeah.
need to get to this place that's in like this bowl, for example. There's a mountain peak over
Uh-huh.
here, and then there's a ridge that goes to this peak, and then that peak goes downhill to where we are. So we're gonna walk up the hill, we're gonna hit the the mountain peak, and once we're at the mountain peak, we know we need to. You understand what I'm saying?
Yeah.
But then, like, if that's
Dave
not an
Filoni doesn't
option,
though.
or if it's like a short distance you need to travel or something, you can use Dead Reckoning instead, which is just straight line. Like, fuck the terrain. We're just gonna walk along this compass angle until we get there. So the idea in this situation is that the frick would need to know what the azimuth, which is what we call a compass angle, the azimuth back
Uh-huh.
to the hut fortress would be as he's walking away so that they can turn around and follow that azimuth back. And then when they get into the little pipes, they can like they can use like a box method or something to make sure they're still on that azimuth while they're going around corners. It's like really difficult. It's really high level land nav. Being able to use a box method through a tunnel to follow an azimuth. It's high level enough that it would take a very long time for me to explain, and I'm not going to. And it's insane that that is what they're trying to insinuate this little creature is doing.
Yeah.
This
But he
creature
does
is,
it. He does it really well. He
yeah,
does it
oh
really
yeah,
freaking
they
well.
get there without like any problem. But of course, that is in the future.
Mhm.
So, where are we? In my notes. There they are.
I think.
Um, yeah, in a matter that can only be described as fucking somehow, the little frick runs far enough away that it can see the ship, and then it meets them, and they're all like, "All right, well, let's go find Mando," and they go into the pipes. And at one point, they get attacked by like this weird creature thing, and Grogu like uses the Force to blind it.
Yeah. No, he
He's
doesn't use the force. He has a little like spider web shooter.
oh, he has a little
He
device.
shoots him in the face with a goo thing. He has a device
I thought it was the Force,
because
but
he
all
ha-
right.
no, he has
And
like a getting armored up scene.
oh yeah, I forgot about that stupid
He like puts
part.
a strap thing. He
The
like
puppet looks
ties his
so
belt.
bad in that scene, dude. The puppet looks so bad.
It looks like it's out of the Muppets.
It seriously does. The way it moves, it's like that is just
Yeah,
terrible. Um,
it's really bad.
yeah, it blinds it, and one of the fricks is like, "Good job, baby," and the crowd went wild for that one. They thought that was so funny.
Really?
Yes,
Yeah,
dude.
nobody reacted
I'm
in
only
my
talking
theater.
about anytime I say the crowd did something, it was the second viewing when there were
Yeah, it
kids
was
in
the
the
second
room.
viewing.
Because the first viewing, no reaction to anything. It was all grown ups. It was like midnight,
Uh,
completely different environment. But now we go to Wumbo, mini boss, whatever we're gonna call him. He brings Mando to the huts, and they're like, you betrayed us, so we're gonna shame you by taking off your helmet." And we get to see Pedro Pascal for the only time in the movie, and honestly, I was shocked. That's a good actor. What's he doing in that armor suit? Because I haven't
that's a
seen him
guy who
this whole
has
movie.
emotions.
He hasn't been here this whole film. Where's he been?
Mm.
But then he starts to act, and I realize, oh, he doesn't give a shit, even when the helmet isn't on, because they're like, they're gonna sell his Beskar armor because it's really expensive, but the real damage they're gonna do to him is making him an outcast from the Mandalorian community because that he let an enemy see his face, which is so stupid. And he's like, "Not if you die." And then they're like, "It's fine. We're gonna kill you with our creatures anyways." So I don't understand what the point of outcasting him from the Mandalorian community was if they're just gonna drop him into a pit and let him get killed anyway? It's very
There's
weird.
only the Mandalorian Guild isn't even a thing anymore after the show. It like disbands because they all get like slaughtered, and there's only like lone wolves left,
I don't know,
aside from
man.
one group. And the only like actually together group left of Mandalorians don't wear their helmets at all. That's their thing, is
Oh,
that they're Mandalorians who don't wear their helmets.
oh. What I'm curious is why they don't take all of his armor in this scene. Because they could sell it all, and also they're planning to have him killed, so the armor would only make it harder for their creatures to kill him.
Because Dave Filoni went straight from second grade to film
To
school. He
film
didn't learn
school.
anything else
Or
ever.
Jon Favreau, for that matter. The man who made
Don
Iron
Favreau
Man
has
and
made
Chef.
things that aren't
He
terrible.
made Iron Man and he made Chef. Those are great
I was
movies.
gonna
What
say
happened
Chef
to
is a
him?
great
What
movie.
happened? What happened to you,
Uh,
John? But they also reveal that they have Rhoda, and they're gonna torture him for centuries because that's how old Hutts get to be. And Mando looks at Grogu and goes, "Monstrous." He kind of sounds like JFK. Monstrous.
we hold these truths to be self-evident.
Forgive
All
your
Hutts are
enemies,
evil.
but remember their names. Monstrous Hutts. So then the Hutts tell Mando, they basically say, uh, Grogu Yoda creatures lived to be hundreds of years old as well. So you're probably gonna die before he does, and then you won't be there to protect him. Which is
Even
like,
though he is not there to protect him right now.
well, that is like the most normal information you could tell a parent about their kid.
One
Like,
day,
wow, gee
you will
whiz, dude.
die.
I hope I die before my kids do. That's what I'd say. But Mando apparently is like, I don't know, man. He just decides to like attack the Hutts. He like jumps up angrily. Like, what are you gonna do, dude? You have no
Well,
weapons. And
he does nothing.
mini boss is standing right there. But then the Hutts open the floor underneath him and he falls into the water.
Swamp pit.
And man, I really hate this scene because like this is the point where I think everything in me died. Because he's in the water and it's real, like, oh, suspense, suspense. And then we get a shot under the water and a little demon creature swims past the camera and there's like a little music sting. And I was just like, oh wow. Of course there's
I
little
care
demon
so
things in the
much.
water. And Mando's
Why
gonna
would there
beat
not
them.
be? And guess what? Guess what? They start attacking him. There's not just one, there's three of them, and he kills all of them
There's like
underwater with their own spears.
and there's like this close up shot of one of them and he's like baring his teeth and I just don't care. It's
Yeah,
like this
my
guy, oh
emotions didn't
wow,
change at all.
so intimidating little
But get ready,
demon
dear cinema
creature.
watcher, because that was just the prequel to the actual
Oh,
action.
but don't worry.
Because we need action shoved down our
After he
throats.
kills the demon creatures, the Huts are up there and they're like, "You've entertained us. Here is your gift." And then they throw him back
Yeah,
his
they give him his
helmet.
helmet back.
Oh, why? They
What on earth?
explicitly wanted to take that away from him.
And they give it back.
And now they're gonna allow him to be eaten by the dragon snake with all of this expensive armor on that they could have sold and made a ton of money, but they don't.
uh,
This,
yeah, there's a big dragon
I
snake.
can't
And the
believe that
dragon
people
snake
said this movie is boring, but it makes sense at least. Who,
it doesn't make
dude?
sense.
Like
It makes no fucking sense. Nothing that happens in this movie makes any
this
sense.
movie is like
Why?
completely incoherent, nonsense. It's
This the first experience I have with writing was my teacher in first grade would have us make like short stories in first grade when we were learning like all the other I my mom taught me how to write when I was really little, like how to spell and stuff. So I already knew, but it was like her teaching us how to write and how to write a sentence and when to put a period. And like my storytelling was more coherent, even though mostly it was just about Beyblades. and I didn't know how to spell Beyblade either.
Couldn't agree more.
It is.
I
This
mean,
is
I'm
like
I'm I'm a I'm a young fella. I've been writing since probably my early teens, and I would say that in the seventh grade, probably the things I wrote were more coherent and were superior to the Mandalorian and Grogu. Like they weren't great, but they were better than this. Anyway, the dragon snake comes out and it attacks Mando, and he somehow lives. There's a shot during this fight where the snake gets Mando in its mouth, and it kills him, but he survives once again.
did you die? Yes. But
Sadly,
I
yes,
lived.
but I lived. Yeah, like it crushes him in its jaws, and once again, the armor not going to protect you from that. Not to mention, there's a bunch of fabric that is not made of Beskar.
And
Like
this so
he should have been
the
pierced
dragon
by
has these
many teeth.
the dragon snake has these teeth, and it's shown in a scene, not like deliberately, not as a setup. You can just see the dragon, its teeth like move around. They're not like fixed like a normal. So for this to have happened and him to have survived, it means that the snake bit him, and instead of the teeth piercing, they all just turned. All of his teeth turned in a different direction, so that he was basically gumming the
But
Mandalorian.
even so, the Mandalorian would have been crushed. The Mandalorian should have been crushed and sliced apart by many teeth, but
I
instead he
disagree
gets
with you
pierced by
because
one tiny tooth.
then the rest of the plot wouldn't have happened. So there's no way that that would have happened at all.
You know what? You're right. You're right. I don't even know what I was worried about. Just watch the movie.
Just watch the movie.
Just
You can.
watch
He
the movie.
survived, so obviously he didn't die.
He gets pierced by a tiny little tooth, and the Hutts are like, "Ha ha! Now even if you die, or even if you live, you'll die from the poison." Thanks, Hutts.
Ah, thank you
And
for the setup.
and then like the Munchkin crew like hear this fight happening, and they get to the area, and Baby Yoda or Grogu has a grenade, and he like waves to Mando. He's like, "Look!" and he sets off the timer on the grenade, and he puts it there. They run off, and then it blows up the wall, and Mando escapes through the pipes, and they all slide out through on the water that's flowing through the pipes, and they get to the lake, and Grogu and the Fricks all almost drown, but Mando saves them.
They rode the sewer slide, but they survived.
Yeah, they rode the sewer slide. That's true. They committed sewer slide. So then they get out,
uh,
and the twins are like, "Send in the droids, release the Amani, don't let him escape."
don't worry, he escapes.
What
The
is the
droids are pointless.
is the Amani? Is that like the weird
The
creatures
fish
that
people, yeah, the fish people.
interesting? I love the Amani, my favorite characters.
Don't worry, guys. They'll show up for maybe 12 seconds in a scene later, and there's only three of them, and they never come back again for the rest of the movie.
So then they run out, and they run and they run and they run, and they get to the ship, and Mando looks at it and he's like, "Oh, for fuck's sake.
It's not big enough for him to
Why
fit.
did you bring a tiny little ship? Are you you stupid little creatures. You could have gone anywhere and gotten another ship." But he's like, "All right, well, you guys get out of here. I'll stay here and hold them off."
I'll be right behind you, is what he
And
says.
it's like it's obvious they're trying to do like an emotional like payoff, like, "Oh, this might be the last time Mando and Grogu see each other." But it's just
No one in the theater thought that.
nobody believes that. It's obviously not true. Like, how dare you even try to do a payoff movie? Like, you remember when we watched Clown in a Cornfield and I said this movie is not ready for Dutch angles? And
Yeah.
I can't believe there was a Dutch angle in that movie. That's insane. This movie is not ready for emotional payoffs,
This movie isn't ready
which is
to be made,
insane because
let alone
emotional
already
payoffs are
released.
like the entirety of storytelling.
Uh, I saw this Reddit post. I'm gonna read it to you. It says, "I worked on the original script for Mandalorian and Grogu, and I can tell you, matter of factly, our original script had Mando dying, Grogu looking deadpan at the camera, saying, 'Daddy, nummies,' and then going on a violent murder spree. Sadly, it was shot down almost immediately."
That would have been better. That would have
That's the
at
best
least
piece
been
of media to come
interesting.
out of this stupid fucking movie.
Well,
Is that one Reddit post?
they fly off. Mando like runs into the woods towards the enemy, and he like engages in a firefight with the droids. But it's clear that like the poison is starting to slow him down, and he perfectly kills the final droid right before he collapses from the poison. Lucky, right? Good, lucky for Mando that he finished off
Lucky
the last
Mando.
one, and the fish people. I forgot he fought some of them too. Um, as the Fricks are flying off, they're like, "We'll be back," which is set up for later. So Mando, like, he's collapsed, and there's this really odd sequence where like a bunch of bugs come out, and they all start climbing on him, and I was like, "What
There's a
is?"
lot of bugs.
I was
He
like,
has been on the
"What is
ground for
going
two
on?"
seconds. There's so many
It's like
bugs.
an army
And
of
they're
them.
big bugs.
Dude, for a second, I seriously thought the bugs were gonna come out and resurrect him.
I thought it was vines at first. I was like, oh, Grogu's using the force heal him, or like force of vine lift him, and then the vines turned into bugs.
the,
They weren't vines.
the movie is so insane that I actually thought the bugs were gonna heal him, and there's no reason why they would ever do that. But that's just I was like, that's just what's gonna happen, isn't it?
Yeah,
That's
like there's a scorpion that's about to sting him, but it's like it stings
it's
him,
a
and
medic.
then later in the movie, it's like you were stung by the anti-venom scorpion. It
The
has magical
scorpion of
anti-venom.
convenience.
Oh, I forgot to mention this. The scorpion of convenience. Uh, Earlier in the movie, I wrote this down because it was a small detail that proves to me that Dave Filoni could not have put less effort into this script. When Mando gets bit by the dragon snake, the Hutts say, "Well, now even if you win, the poison will kill you."
Yeah,
That's it's
like,
venom. It's not poison.
well, that doesn't have to be Dave Filoni's fault. That could have been the Hutt's fault. They might be stupid, and I think they are.
No, because later in the movie,
Actually,
the
what do the
other
Hutts
fish
actually do
creature
in this
calls
movie
it
that's
poison
stupid?
as
The Hutts
well.
are actually like on top of it this movie. Everything they do
Yeah,
kind of makes sense.
they actually have extremely good intuition to know within 12 hours of the Mandalorian leaving that he betrayed them.
They're like, I got a bad feeling about this. I think he betrayed us.
I got a bad feeling
Yeah,
about
if
this.
anything, the
But
Hutts are probably the best part of this movie from like a writing standpoint, which
yeah,
is hilarious.
the fish person who knows what a dragon snake is and knows the cure and has the
Oh,
cure.
we'll talk about him.
He
I have a lot to
says
say about that
poison
freaking
as
creature.
well.
Oh,
He
well,
says poison, so
it
it
might.
is the fault of the
It's just the
writers.
language on that world. Okay, they
No,
don't
I don't believe
distinguish
that.
between venom and poison. I'm
You're
being
doing a
best.
bad job at being the devil's
I'm being
advocate. I
best
refuse.
faith. All right, best faith.
No,
Best faith. Okay,
I'm
whatever.
gonna die on this hill.
Okay, so the
If the Hutts would have
scorpion,
watched one damn episode of Wildcrats,
the
they'd know.
scorpion of convenience is about to stab Mando when Grogu pops out and he eats it, and all the other bugs are like, "Let's get out of here," and they all split. Right? They all split, and they will never come back. Even when Grogu is not there, they never return. They're just like, well, guess that one's off limits. And then Grogu force heals Mando, which is so just awesome. I forgot that he can do that, and that just ruins. Because now, guess what? Even if somebody does die, it doesn't matter. Force heal. Um, he like covers Mando in ferns as some droids walk by, which like is insane because they forgot that like Star Wars characters have the capability to scan for life forms, and they would be doing that because they're in the woods.
Yeah.
They would be looking for him with like other tech because obviously he could be hiding in the trees or thermal or anything.
Uh huh.
But they don't find him because Grogu It covers him in ferns. There's not a lot to say about this section, is there?
No.
Well, we'll just go through it bit by bit. Grogu finds the Gunrunner ship, which I guess the Hutts just tossed it in the woods after they got Rhoda off of it.
Oh, yeah, by the way, it's not explained yet that this is the Gunrunner ship,
But it
but this
is.
ship is covered in moss and vines and lichen. Like it's been there for months. It's
I,
been there for 12
I
hours.
guess there could have been a multi-month long time jump.
When?
It would have been between the scene when the Fricks start working on Mando's ship and the scene when the mini boss attacks. It's
That would
technically possible. And in fact, it makes more sense for that to be the case because that would have given the mini boss time to go find Rhoda. So, yeah, we're gonna assume that there was a significant time jump.
Fine.
I don't think even the writers knew there was a time jump.
Time
They had no idea, but we know the truth. All right, I'm a time jump truther.
jump truther.
All right, that's my hardcore take. My hardcore take on Obsession. I have many hardcore takes on Obsession. My hardcore take on the Mandalorian and Grogu is that there was a multi-month long time jump. All right,
The writers just didn't know about it
the
yet.
writers just didn't know about it. So then Grogu gives Mando water and he builds like a Yoda hut, which is really funny because that just means like that's just an instinctive thing that these Yoda creatures do because that's the same kind of hut that Yoda has
Yeah.
in Empire Strikes Back. So he builds a little hut and he like force pushes Mando into the hut and bonks his head. And once again,
And bonks his head again
the
and again and again.
crowd thought it was so funny when this happened.
They laughed in the
And
audience at
in a
this line.
better movie, I would have thought that was funny. But unfortunately, it's in this movie, so I don't think it's very funny.
If it wasn't following what I had just watched to get to that funny joke, I would have laughed.
Unfortunately, I was already dead inside, so I did not. I did not.
Unfortunately, my soul was already feathered and tarred.
So then Grogu's walking around in the middle of the night, and he just randomly gets attacked and like molested by a bunch of fireflies. And the music is
Yeah, that was random.
the music that's playing is like it's like stressful music, you know? Like the main character is being accosted by something and has to fight it off. It's like what's happening?
And they're just like these little bugs. And meanwhile, this is the guy who's constantly eating bugs as well. He ate like a giant scorpion
he's
earlier.
like struggling to fight these creatures off, but then by like fighting his way through them, he ends up at the house of the random crocodile dude. And this crocodile dude is like the most. I hate him. I hate him. He saves Grogu from being eaten by a random creature. He gives him food. He saves him from the mini boss, and then he gives him the cure to the poison that Mando has in his body. Comically helpful, random dude.
He's the plot hero, dude. They didn't know how to continue with the rest of the plot, so they made him.
If Grogu didn't randomly stumble across this guy, the movie's over. If they happen to run to any different location or land their ship at any different spot to where it would have been too far for them to end up at this place, the rest of the movie just doesn't get to happen. Because Mando would be dead.
Any other direction.
Mando would be dead, or Grogu would have been found by the mini boss, or Mando would have been found by the mini boss, or anything. And in fact, it's even worse. It's even worse. The scene is even worse than what I just described. Because, first of all, Grogu steals a fish and comes back the next day to do it again, and he gets eaten by a frog. And then...
Yeah, he gets eaten by a toad.
The crocodile
I left
guy,
at that point because I was like, thank God he's gone.
Yeah, I was sitting there like... I was more like my jaw was on the floor because I was like, how are they going to make him not die? Like, is he going to use the Force to escape?
I thought he was going to, like, Force explode the frog.
That would have been crazy. Like a scene from Invincible. There's just blood and gore everywhere.
Grogu emerges covered in frog.
I don't know. I thought he was going to, like, force bully the frog into throwing him up, but instead
Yeah,
the crocodile guy shoots the frog with a cross like a
a
slingshot.
slingshot.
And for some reason, this makes the frog cough up Grogu before it goes back in the water. I
If I
don't.
was a frog getting shot as I'm eating, I would just go back in the water
I
and
would just
leave.
leave with my food. Yeah, exactly. But it spits him
Especially
out.
if the food is in my mouth, going through my system right now.
And then Grogu gets invited in by this crocodile guy who's like, I'm guessing
You
you.
look like the one who was stealing my fish.
Yeah, he's a nice guy. He gives him more fish. And he's like, "Oh, I'm surprised the Huts haven't eaten you yet," which is kind of a funny thing to say because like the Huts would surely be pretty low on the list of people who would eat Grogu at this point, being that he's in the woods
Yeah.
and he just got eaten by a bullfrog.
Yeah.
Like, oh, I'm surprised the Huts haven't eaten you. And then Mini Boss shows up, and it's extremely lucky and unlucky for Grogu simultaneously that the Mini Boss happened to show up at this point. It's
His
unlucky
name's
because
Wumbo.
yeah, okay, sorry, Wumbo. It's very unlucky that Wumbo shows up because at this precise moment because that happens to be when Grogu's there. But it's also incredibly lucky, and we'll explain why that's the case. But Grogu goes and hides behind a little box, and Wumbo comes in and has an off-screen conversation with the crocodile guy where he basically tells him everything that he could possibly need to know about Grogu and the Mandalorian and all that. He tells him specifically that the Mandalorian was bitten by a dragon snake. He tells him that they're being hunted by the twins. He just gives him so much information. And
Yeah.
in the meantime, the wolf is sniffing out Grogu, and he walks over there to get Grogu because he smells him. And then the crocodile guy is like, "Hey, get him away from my fish," which is really funny because
Because he's past the fish.
the fish are on the clear opposite side of the cabin,
Yeah.
and Wumbo is not suspicious at all about this, and
Yeah.
eventually he just leaves. And then this is why it's very lucky that Grogu happened to be here at this exact moment because the crocodile is like, okay, now I know exactly what I need to give him to save Mando, and
And
he makes the antidote.
thank God that this random guy in the middle of the forest is both very nice, very smart, very helpful, and he has the antidote for the giant dragon snake that I'm sure no one has ever encountered in the wild unless
and
they're arrested by the
and
huts.
thank God that Wumbo happened to show up and tell him every single piece of information that he definitely didn't need to tell him.
If they would just let Grogu talk and be a real character, they wouldn't have to do things like
They
this.
could have had him do like an
They're
ad
like
lib. They could have had him like
they're
draw a picture or something.
yeah.
That could have
They
been
just like
amusing, but
shoot themselves in the foot with like we need this thing to stay cute and baby for all of time.
um, do you think this is the worst part of the movie? I think it is. In terms of
I
just
think
like
the worst part of the
insanity
movie
and contrivance and like why is this happening? I think this
I
is the
think the
worst
worst
part.
part of the movie was in the middle when I realized I had an hour more of this movie to watch.
That was pretty bad. I will
It was
agree. That was pretty bad, but just like
At this point I checked my phone and I was like there's only like 30 more minutes. I'm almost there.
from like a
I'm
movie
almost
making
done.
perspective, I do think this is probably the worst part. Um and then
The fight
he
scene is pretty bad. The final boss fight is pretty freaking bad.
I don't know, I think this is worse though cuz
Yeah.
like this is insane that this is happening. Like 5 or 6 different coincidences happen that allow the entire rest of the movie to happen all in one scene.
No, I think the plot on trying to initially find and free the hut is much worse because it's just like you just get rubber banded between random places that we end up that are the perfect place to be over and over and
Well,
over
only
again.
only one of the places is random though. It's just the restaurant of Janu. The other places are like places he would know to go, like the Aroda Arena and
Yeah,
the like the
it's
holding
just like
stall.
torture having to transition between all these
I don't know.
scenes.
I think it's
At least
better.
in this
Also,
like
this part is
act, if you
super
could call
boring
it
at the
that.
same time. So
Yeah, but at least in like this part of the movie, it's like we're in this place and we're not like it's overwhelming how many jumps between completely different places are happening in that part of the movie. At this place, at least, they're just
Dude,
like
come
wandering around
on.
the woods.
Like, in this one scene, there's 6 different insane things that happen that are
It's bad.
completely
It's
random.
really
That
bad.
if even one of these things, even one of the 6 things didn't happen, like the rest of the movie, like Mando dies. Like it's over. If none of these
It's
things
completely over.
went completely perfectly right. That's
Dude, you know what
nuts.
they say? Bad luck's bad, but good luck's good. That's why it's called good luck. That's how you should write. You should always write good luck for your
Bad luck's
characters.
bad, but good luck's good. That's
Why do
why
you
it's
think it's
called
called
good
good luck
luck.
and bad luck?
Never has so much been owed to so few. But then, as he's giving Grogu the antidote, this creature says, "Now you should know this. This might be too little too late. He might not wake up. Best thing you can do for now is make him comfortable. There will be a time when we all have to say goodbye." He's saying this to like a
uh,
baby.
yeah.
And then Grogu gives Mando the antidote and he like settles in to sleep and he wakes up in the morning and Mando is gone. And
Which
then
is crazy how fast we went from them telling us, maybe you'll never see the Mandalorian
yeah,
again. And
this
then,
might not work. He might be dead. Just the next
no,
morning, oh, he's fine.
no. Next morning, he's awake, fully recovered.
What's
It's like
funny
a
to me is that
D&D
he just goes
long
outside
rest.
and like leaves Grogu in there and doesn't like wake him up to be like, "Hey, I'm alive
Oh,
by the way"
yeah.
or anything. Because Grogu kind of has a
Also,
heart attack when he
how
wakes up.
how did he get out of the hut without waking Grogu up?
Grogu's a heavy sleeper, dude. It's forced sleep.
For sleep.
So then Mando is outside and he walks over and he goes, "The old protect the young, and then the young protect the old. This is the
This
way."
is the one.
And I guess that's their attempt at theme.
I hate this so much. It's so
So
bad.
there's kind of 3 levels of theme in media, right? There's the level where the story is so effective that like you understand the themes without anyone in the story having to state them, and that's like really good. And then
Yeah.
there's stories where we already get it as the audience, but the writers don't trust us, so they have to put in a character explaining what the theme is, and then we're like, "Don't fuck off! I already understand what the theme is. You already explained it to me, right?" That's less good. This is the version where we literally, as the audience, have no clue what the theme is until one of the characters says it. Because it's so terrible. Because there's nothing in the movie. There's nothing that you would ever interpret as being like theme work until this part where he says that.
It's really, really bad.
It's really terrible. It's really terrible, and I really hate this movie. I really hate it. Um, so then Grogu
I
takes.
know that I watched the whole 4 hour thing we did with Obsession and I enjoyed it and it was really fun. I'm not rewatching this. I don't ever want to live through this
Oh,
movie
good for you,
again.
dude. I
It's
have
so
to
bad.
rewatch it. I have to rewatch it because I'm the editor. Even though I don't really
Ha
edit
ha
it at
ha.
all, I still need to put in like chapter segments, so I need to know the timestamps of like when we go from scene to scene. So yeah, I'm gonna rewatch it, and I'm kind of upset that you're leaving me in the lurch here, and you're not gonna like suffer with me.
Woe is you. Woe is you.
Woe is me. That's for sure. Anyway, Grogu takes Mando to the gun runner, and they have like a weird Metal Gear Solid section in the ship where like there's a bunch of creatures on there, and Mando fights them and kills them. Cool.
Action.
Like why? Why did we do
Fight
this?
scenes. Fight scenes.
There's so many
Because
fight
we
scenes
need
in this
slop.
movie that are
The
like
piggies need
pointless.
slop.
There's so many fight scenes that are pointless where we could have been doing like character work or world building or anything instead.
It's not even that they're pointless. It's just that they've created a world where Mandalorian is the ultimate fighting creature and there's no risk in any of it. There's no risk, there's no suspense, there's no what could happen here. It's always just there's a thing and we're watching how the Mandalorian's going to beat this thing. It's never actually a fight.
Well, it is both that and pointless, right? If you think
Yeah,
about
I mean, yeah.
if you think about like the first, I'm gonna bring up John Wick because I think John Wick and the Mandalorian are very similar in that they are both invulnerable for some reason and
Yeah.
are like kill so many enemies. In the first John Wick movie, the only good one, there's only like three big fight scenes, and everything in between those are about like John finding information about.
Uh-huh.
Obviously, there's the first act that sets up like who he is and why he's motivated
Yeah.
to do what he's doing, and then every other like part of the movie besides like the three big action set pieces are John finding information, getting in contact with people, doing world building about like how this whole thing works, making a plan as to how he's going to use the environment to his advantage in a certain place. He does it all the time. It's like really interesting. And then when you get to the actual fight scene and you watch it play out, it's really satisfying because it's the culmination of all that build up and all that planning. But then when
Yeah.
you watch like John Wick 2, John Wick 3, John Wick 4, and they get more and more like this as the movies go on, there will be an inciting incident, and then the rest of the movie is just John walks into a room. Three or four enemies come out with different weapons. They fight. John kills them. Three or four more enemies come out. They do this a few times in the room, then they move on to another room. And it just goes on and on and on and on for like 2 hours. And then the movie ends with him defeating like the final bad guy. And that's what these action scenes feel like in The Mandalorian. Mando walks into a room, enemy shows up, Mando defeats enemy, Mando moves on to next scene.
Like watching a roguelike, except you never actually get better at anything.
Yeah,
You're just a maxed out roguelike
it's like watching a
starting
video
the
game.
beginning of the game.
It's watching a video game, except Markiplier isn't in the corner to add entertaining commentary. It's
Imagine, dude, imagine if they remade this movie and Markiplier is literally just in the bottom right corner doing like commentary, like he's playing as the Mandalorian the whole time.
I'm not even kidding.
It'd
That
be
would
so
be
much
like it would
better.
be a drastic improvement. It would be drastic. Um,
Oh, we didn't mention it at the beginning. This is gonna break your soul. On IMDb, this movie is point 0.1 below Hereditary.
why? What the hell?
It is a 7.1. It's a 7.1 on
How's this
IMDb.
movie a 7.1? This movie's like a 3. I would give
It's
this
so
movie somewhere
bad.
between a 2 and a 3.
I
Anyway,
would not give it that good of a rating.
you can't give it a 1. There's no time travel or multiverse in it.
Dude, but were you there? Did you not watch it? It's abysmal. At
Yeah,
least
but
like
the
you
the
have
rule is a 1 out of 10 movie is just a 2 out of 10 movie that has time travel or multiverse in it. Like that's how you differentiate between those two rankings. Anyway, so Mando turns on the ship and he looks at Baby Yoda and he's like, "Well, kid, the way I see it, we've got two choices. We can use this ship and get off world. That might buy us a little time and a little peace, but the Hutts will come for us, just like they did for Rhoda. So do we run or do we fight?" And we've already been over this. He basically
yeah.
just said we can either abandon Rhoda or we cannot.
Well, not even that. He's the only reason they're going to stay and fight is so that the Huts don't bother them
It
later.
has nothing
It
to
has
do with
nothing to
Rhoda's
do with the
suffering.
life or
They
death of
they do
Rhoda.
not care about Rhoda. It's ugh. So they fly off towards the Hut headquarters, and the Huts they scramble their air defenses. They only have 3 fighters like in the entire base, which is like, oh, they take security very seriously. These Huts, you know, and they also have some
But they have
anti-aircraft guns. And
yeah, they have giant anti-aircraft guns that are
unfortunately,
completely useless.
unfortunately, these fighters and anti-aircraft guns are unable to stop Mando and his infant child from committing Hut 9/11 with their giant
In the
ship.
biggest giant ship. Giant ship. It's
All right,
huge and it's
James,
broken.
tell me this, right? Let's say you wanted to commit suicide by flying a plane into a building, and your baby child was with you.
He
They're
was
both
meant to be here.
they die. They're both dead.
I won't have you live in a world like
Why
this.
would they do this? Why would they do this? Why would they put this in the movie? You know what?
It doesn't make
I
sense.
seriously was thinking about this and like I had such a good idea. Is what if the Hutts actually took all of Mando's armor like they would, and then like in the third act of the movie, Mando has to infiltrate the Hutt base without any armor and get it back in order to fight them. That would have been kind of interesting, yeah. We would have gotten to see like how does he handle things without the armor, you know? It's like in Iron Man
There's
3.
no. Well, I don't think they've ever dealt with that in the
Well,
entirety of The
okay. I'm saying
Mandalorian
like
existing.
if I was the person making the movie, I'd be like, that would be interesting. Let's do it. And it would also make sense that the Hutts would take his armor.
But then he wouldn't be the Mandalorian. He would just be a person.
Well, yeah. Then they'd have to have Pedro Pascal on set, and they could only book him for one day. So
This
there's
is the
that.
worst movie of all time. Ugh.
Yeah, it gets worse. There's worse movies. You haven't seen the Snyder Cut.
I haven't. I will never watch this. It's not a real movie.
And if there are any like Snyder fans watching this video,
Go
um,
away.
no, you
There's
guys can
no
you
saving
can you
you.
can stay, but I'm just gonna tell
Leave the
you,
video playing, but walk
the
away.
Snyder Cut is the worst movie of all time. I'm just gonna say that. So I'm sorry if that hurts you, but
What
it
are
is.
there actual Snyder Cut fans?
Oh yeah, dude. It's the Snyder Cut is probably more liked than the Joss Whedon Justice League, which, for the record, terrible. Joss Whedon's Justice League is a terrible film, and the Snyder Cut is worse.
I'm gonna find the Cinder Bros. I'm
At
going
least
off on a tangent.
it's at least
This
the
movie
worst
can't
movie
keep
I've
my
ever seen.
interest.
Well, it has to because they just crashed an entire spaceship into the hut house, and they both survive. Um,
Never
Also,
forget.
not to mention, this could have very easily killed Rhoda. They don't
This could
care.
have killed
They
everyone in
don't
the
care.
building.
Well, yeah, but like Rhoda's the only. Oh yeah, how many innocent Hutts who did nothing wrong died?
This is the first, at least Dave
Three
Filoni,
thousand, 3,000
I'll
dead
I'll
Hutts.
give I'll give Dave Filoni some credit. At least he knows that jet fuel and spaceship fuel don't melt steel beams. So we got a W,
Spaceship
Dave
fuel
Filoni.
doesn't melt Hut beams. Also, there's a weird shot where the twins are like sleeping and they get woken up, and they're twins. They're brother and sister, and they're sleeping in like a 69 position.
Yeah, I was gonna
Like,
say
wait, what?
it's really weird. Wait, are they brother and sister? I thought they were both guys.
Maybe they are both guys, but I think one of them is supposed to have like a high pitched voice and be like the female one, I guess.
Oh,
It doesn't really matter.
it
Either
doesn't
way,
matter.
them sleeping in that position is weird because they are siblings.
They're just really close, dude. You know,
I guess so. They're real close.
in A New Hope, Luke kissed Leia, and nobody had a problem with that.
Oh, well, there couldn't have been another like complication at play in that situation that maybe they didn't know they were siblings.
No, they were kissing. They were smooching, dude. I would never smooch my sister.
Good for you, man. Me neither. I don't even have a sister. Anyway, they get off the ship and they use a little droid speeder to fly through the remains of the the Hut fortress, and they fight a bunch of droids, and it doesn't matter. None of this matters. And then two big droids show up, and they fight them, and they win because Grogu like uses
Oh yeah, they
climbs
stole
inside
this
one of
from
them.
Civil War. They stole this from
Yeah,
Civil
that's
War
like
when
Ant Man.
Ant-Man climbs inside Iron Man's suit.
That's a great part of
And
Civil War.
the
What a
craziest
good
part
movie.
is
I wish
that
we watched that instead.
Grogu's inside the giant robot pulling stuff out as the Mandalorian's like shooting the robot and like blowing it up, and Grogu's inside of
I
it,
guess maybe Mando doesn't
somehow
know that it's in
surviving.
there, but
No, he
still,
knows
it's
he's in there.
how would he know
He
that?
watched him crawl in.
Like, fair enough. There is one tiny point of praise I have for the movie in this scene, but unfortunately, the point of praise is also compromised. Which is one of the big droids throws a grenade at Mando, and then because that happens, Mando realizes that the droid has a bunch of grenades on its belt, and then he runs over and climbs up and activates them to blow up the droid. And I actually was like, oh wow, that's like smart.
Environmental warfare.
That's like something you would see in a way better movie. But unfortunately, it's also compromised by
And
the fact that Grogu is in there. And also, why didn't the droid throw the other grenades it had? It just threw
dude, it
one
was
and gave up.
rationing.
It was rationing. It's like salt. There's salt grenades. Um. Anyway, they beat up the big robots. They're not destroyed because they'll be back, but they are for the moment.
And then after he destroys them, he lights them on fire.
He does light them on fire, but one of them will be back in just a little bit. And then they go in the Hutt's room. And Mando and Grogu go in there. Grogu goes to help Rhoda. Mando points a gun at the Hutts and he goes, "You saw my face. Now it's time to die." It's so bad, man. It's so bad. But
And then they go,
unfortunately, he's
"Here's
interrupted.
all information I can hold." They're like begging for their lives. And
Unfortunately,
I care
he's
so much.
interrupted by mini boss Wumbo, who knocks Mando's gun out of his hands and then engages him in hand-to-hand combat with bladed weapons. So, okay. I'm fighting. I know who this guy is, right? Because I'm a
Yeah.
smart bounty hunter who learns like about my victims. He's a Mandalorian. He wears Beskar armor. Swords not gonna be what I'm using to fight him. Why would you use swords to fight him? That's a terrible decision. I myself am a squishy guy named Embo who can be stabbed easily. I'm gonna engage the armored guy in melee combat.
Don't worry, dude. He has a hat. He's like Captain America.
But the hat is attached to his head.
But he can take it off and use it as the Captain America shield.
Why would you not
made out of vibranium?
Why would you not just have a shield then?
Why would you not just not participate in this movie?
If I was him, honestly, and the Hutts hired me like, you need to go hunt down the Mandalorian, I would be like, no. No, I'm gonna die. And the fact is, in every, like, you might be like, oh, he outsmarted the Mandalorian. Yeah, only because the Mandalorian was, like, super stupid and blew up his own house and didn't shoot him when he was, like, just walking up through the darkness.
He'll never suspect me blowing my home up.
Usually you want your characters in stories to try and outsmart each other. In that sequence, they were both really stupid, and one of them just outstupided the other. It's so ridiculous. Do you have anything else you want to say about Mando versus Mini Boss?
No, because the actual funny part is gonna happen in a second. As soon as we get to stop talking about Mando versus
Mini Boss. Okay, I was just checking because now we have Grogu goes over there and like powers off the torture device, and Rhoda is like, he's still unconscious, and Grogu can't wake him up. And then the twins like slither over, and they're about to, I guess, kill Grogu, and he doesn't use the Force to stop this or anything. And then Rhoda just suddenly
they're
wakes
too heavy.
up.
He'd never be able to do that.
He suddenly wakes up and immediately has full situational awareness and goes, "Leave him alone."
And goes, "Don't." Yeah.
"Leave him alone."
Doesn't he say like, "Leave the kid alone"?
He says something like that. "Leave him alone. Leave the kid alone." Something.
Yeah.
And then
he
attacks
this CGI fight scene between 3 Hutts is one of the strangest and silliest concepts of all time. Because it looks like a bunch of snakes mating.
Hey man, this is high level grappling, all right? This is high level grappling on display right here, okay? This is crafty.
They're just like falling over each other.
This is crafty grappling on display from the Hutts here.
He's got him in the clinch.
Rhoda's got a very significant strength and genetics advantage, but there's there's two of
Yeah.
them, and they're crafty. You know, they're crafty vets. They've been doing this for a long time,
Yeah.
and
And so they're all rolling over each other.
it's so like,
Yeah.
oh man. And then like there's like three battles happening. Grogu's battle is that he has to face the wolf, and he like puts it to sleep with the
And so the
force, and then he like sits
yeah.
there and pets it
I'm
while
pretty
his
sure that he
friends
like
risk their
force tamed
lives.
it.
Uh, I don't know. I think he just puts
I
it to sleep,
I
and then
thought that he like force tamed it.
he just
Yeah.
sits there and he's just like petting it, having the time of his life while Rhoda and Mando are like fighting against, like they're fighting for everything they hold dear, and Grogu just doesn't care.
And it
He
just like
has the
keeps cutting
force.
back to Grogu.
I think it cuts back
He
at
is the
least one
strongest
time to
person
him
on the
just
team.
sitting there, like hanging out with the wolf.
Yeah.
Come on, dude. And then
It's so stupid.
okay, so Rhoda like tackles one of the twins onto the little hatch that they drop people through, and he starts like slamming the head in, and the other twin is like, "Stop! You'll kill us all!" And then they break through, and they all fall into the pit, the dragon snake. But Grogu uses force save, and he saves Rhoda,
And
and he floats
lifts.
him back out. And also, I might have been looking away. I might have been looking at my notes when this happened, but somehow Wumbo ended up in the pit as well. I don't know how that happened. Do you remember?
No, I thought you were gonna tell me. I didn't see it either.
So
I
for
didn't see
all
it at
so
all.
for all we know, we have no idea how Mini Boss ended up down there. I guess Mando must have kicked him in or something. But
Yeah.
they fall in there, and obviously the dragon snake comes out, and the Hutts are like, "Bounty hunter, save us!" And then we see Wumbo just leave through like the
Also,
hole.
somehow the dog fell down there as well.
Oh yeah, oh yeah, because he's with the dog, and they go out through the hole that Mando left from earlier, even though that hole should be full of water.
Uh-huh.
I don't know how
But
that,
it's not.
like, they're dead. If we see them show up again in another film, like, that's a problem. But for now, I think we can assume they're dead. Because obviously they are.
Yeah.
But obviously they're not.
But then the Hutch get swallowed whole by the dragon snake. Yay!
Yay! I
That's
remember
a
hearing
payoff from earlier.
I remember hearing some of the little kids in the crowd at my showing going like, they were like horrified. Which who wouldn't be, right? Being eaten alive by a giant
Yeah.
snake, that sounds pretty miserable. You'd be just stuck in
It
its
don't
belly
sound fun, let me tell
until
you.
like the acid dissolves you or something,
Yeah.
or you suffocate. I don't know. That sounds like it would suck. Um, but our heroes are up top, and suddenly the door starts getting burst open. Why wasn't it getting burst open before? I have no idea.
Because there was plot happening, it couldn't happen
The
yet.
droids were just waiting for the Hutts to die to breach through the
For
door.
their bosses to die.
And Mando is like, "Go, I'll hold them off." Which, dude, just go with them. Like, you have time. They haven't got through the door yet. So Rhoda and Grogu leave because Rhoda's a big old coward, I guess. And Grogu, you know what? The Force, not a useful ability for keeping a door from being breached.
No, not at all.
No, not in the least. Um, Mando stands there with like this big old blaster he has, and he has to reload it every time he shoots. So he shoots like some of the small droids as they're coming in, and eventually he shoots the big droid in like a weak spot, which disables it, but it's too late. The door's already open wide enough for the little droids to come through. And they start pouring in, and he shoots a couple of them, and then he runs away. But at this point, something happens. The Fricks show up, and with them are such characters as Sigourney Weaver and Trapper Wolf.
Now, dear viewer, you may be thinking, what do you mean the leader of the Alliance is in an X-Wing on an airstrike call? I don't know, but she is there for some reason.
And so is like a random 80-year-old man. and
Oh yeah, there's an old Asian man.
Trapper Wolf. There's also an old white dude. There's a lot of old X-wing pilots, but they
And
show
Zeb's
up.
there.
I think we're meant to assume at this point that the Fricks went to the Republic planet and told them that Mando is here, and they showed up. Um, so they're like they contact Mando because apparently his comms are still functioning. Lucky that the Hutts threw his helmet back down there because otherwise, he wouldn't have had the ability to communicate with the rebels or the Republic rather. They're not rebels, they're the Republic. But they're like, "What do you want us to do?" And he's like, "Oh, like do a airstrike on my location." And Sigourney Weaver's like, "I can't give that order." And why can't she give that order? Well, you might be thinking because it would be insane for the Republic to do an airstrike on these Hutts after essentially the Hutts did nothing wrong in this situation. I mean, if you think about it, what did they do wrong?
Technically, technically, in about 2 minutes from this point in the movie, she will get rescued. The Mandalorian will say, "Well, why did you do it?" And she says, "You were right. We asked
Oh, you're right.
Commander Coin,
But
and he
still,
said that the Hutts were betraying us."
it would be kind of
So
insane
the
for the
uh,
Republic
the
to do
good
an
guys, the
airstrike.
good guys response, the good guys' response um, to a mafia betraying them, is for the good guys to completely desecrate the population and the civilians
Oh
of
yeah.
this
Like how many
planet.
innocent Hutts are here? How many slaves are here? This is a big deal. People act like this movie's completely inconsequential. No, this is like this has like major implications on what would be happening in the galaxy.
Genocide's okay if it's against the bad guys.
But yeah, she's like, I can't do that. But the real reason she's saying that is because she can't order an airstrike directly on Mando's position. That's the real thing she's saying.
The
Which like why not? Honestly, seriously, why not? Why can't you do that?
the only good hut is a blown to smithereens hut.
All right, let me make this very clear. In the military, we constantly arrange for fires directly on our own position because the idea is if we're getting overrun, we can call for fires right where we are and then we can get out of dodge and then the bombs will hit the enemy when they're coming through. This is basically the exact same thing Mando is asking her to do. A very normal military tactic. And she's like, I can't give that order.
Uh-huh.
It's like, just do it. And that's what he says.
Just
He
do it.
says he says to just do it. Do this very normal thing that we do all the time. Blow up the building that I already blew up. Um, I
I
can't
ran
wait.
a giant plane into it.
I can't wait for this to be over. They escape from the
We're almost there.
droids
We're almost there.
and they get to a wall. Rhoda and stupid Grogu and Mando, they're at a wall. Mando shoots through the wall and the airstrike's coming in and Rhoda's like, we can't jump. It's too shallow. And Mando's like, we're going to get blown up by bombers if we don't jump. And then they jump and there's an explosion behind them and they all go, whoa, as they're falling into the water. And they fall in.
And no one is hurt in the fall at all.
And then this is funny. Sigourney Weaver's like, anyone see him? And Trapper Wolf looks out his window and he's like, there they are. And then they send Zeb to pick him up. And then there's one more scene in the entire movie. Sigourney
What even
Weaver
happens?
explains to Mando what we already said before, which is that she interrogated Coin and found out that yes, the Hutts are actually working for the Empire and passing secrets on. And then the Fricks showed up. She doesn't say this, but I think we can assume it. The Fricks show up and tell them where Mando is. And they decided to go save him because they don't leave their own. And Mando says he's an independent contractor. And she goes, sure you are. And then Rhoda is like, I think I might stay here and work for the New Republic. It's like, why? Why would Rhoda do that?
because he's moved by them.
I thought what we were supposed to understand about Rhoda is that like his goal is to gain some kind of like notoriety or reputation in a positive sense, that is to like redeem his own name and stop like having to live by his father's legacy. I thought that was the whole point of what he was up to. But ultimately no, he's just like,
Committing
I'm gonna
atrocities
work
and
for the New Republic.
and genocide is a really good way to get your name known. Everybody knows who Hitler is.
Well, I assume he wants to have a positive reputation. Here's how you would
There's
take
people
this.
who have a positive belief.
How would you take this story? Oh yeah, wait. Rhoda's the heir to the Hutt Empire and the twins are dead. Why doesn't Rhoda like take the reins of the Hutt Empire and then like try to turn it into a
That's what I
force
thought
for
was going to
good?
happen.
Like that would be cool, you know? And then we could get like a Rhoda
Why
miniseries.
didn't at any point of his return did any other Hut go, wait, it's the heir, it's the king?
I guess maybe they didn't
Nobody
see him.
cared.
They didn't see him. They didn't know he was there. Only the twins knew. But
Does nobody go into the main Hut throne room?
maybe they have him hidden though, right? And then they roll him out to show Mando. And then Zeb is like, well, Mando's like, I don't think you'd fit in here, which, okay, like, fuck you. Who are you to say where, like if I can
We
serve
don't
the New
take
Republic
kindly
or
to
not?
you kind
And then
around
Zeb
here.
is like, I think I have a uniform that might fit him, which is insane. Why would Zeb have that? Whatever. It doesn't matter. It doesn't matter. And Zeb goes to buy Rhoda a drink. And as Rhoda's leaving, he looks at Grogu and he's like, look after your old man. And then he slithers away. And Rhoda, or not Rhoda, Grogu and Mando get on the ship and leave. And the last thing that happens in the movie is Mando puts Grogu in his lap and he gives him the controls and he's like, I don't what does he say? What are the exact words that he says? Because it was really funny. He's
It's your
like,
turn this time.
yeah, it's your turn this time. And there's like triumphant music playing. And for some reason, what I thought of in that moment was like me when I have one too many shots, but my infant son is with me in the car.
Dude, the tequila pipe that we were talking about earlier. He's
Just put him
zonked,
in your.
dude.
Just the
It's
idea
like,
of
I
like
can't drive,
triumphant
Grogu.
music playing as you're sitting in your Ford Ranger, and you grab your infant son and put him in your lap, and give him the wheel, and you're like, "It's your turn this time," and then here's the credits. Oh,
We did it!
God, we
It's
finished.
over! This is the most.
Oh,
Oh,
it's amazing to me
this is.
the difference I feel in my body compared to when we talked about obsession for 4 hours last week, compared to talking about the Mandalorian and Grogu for about 3 hours, I think.
Yeah.
Not even quite 3 hours yet. I just feel so much.
Really? Well, aren't there two recordings?
No, wait. Sorry, no, it has been about 4 hours. It's been about the same amount of time.
Yeah.
And I feel terrible. That movie
I
was
feel like.
so vapid and pointless and like what a waste of time and effort to make
I've
this
never
movie,
been.
to go see it. Ugh.
I've never been drunk before. But I feel like right now, what I imagine is the worst hangover possible.
It's not far off.
I feel like.
I will say I did quit nicotine like a week ago, and this movie gave me cravings back. I was just sitting there like, good lord.
Just sitting in your car, like, I need
I was like, good
this.
lord, I could use a vape rip right now, but no, I'm pretty determined
When I
this time.
die,
I'm pretty determined. I'm not going back. But
when I die and I'm at the pearly gates, and God says, "You know what? I forgive you for that one hit. You deserve that after watching The Mandalorian and
I
Grogu."
felt like I did, man. But at the same time, at the end of the day, it would have only made me feel worse. So,
Oh,
well, I
what a
guess
horrendous horrendous
I
movie.
guess there's almost like nothing to talk about with the Mandalorian and Grogu itself as a story. So I kind of want to talk about like the meta of what is going on. What is happening? What is happening in this world? You know.
I
Let's look at
I do
Mandalorian and
not under
Grogu box office real quick.
it earned more than I thought based off of what you're saying.
Um, but it's still doing pretty terribly. All right, so here's how we're gonna assess this, right? So basically,
Uh-huh.
what you do is you take like $165 million is like allegedly what the budget was, right? So first of all, what you got to understand is that's only the budget they disclosed for tax purposes. There are some things that they can't disclose on tax, like
Yeah.
on the budget. Pedro Pascal was not paid. He's not listed as being paid on the publicly disclosed budget, even though he obviously was. Uh,
Yeah.
Favreau's not on there. Filoni's not on there. Kathleen Kennedy's not on there. Like so many people who would be cashing massive checks from this movie are not on the list because it's not tax deductible. So the
Uh-huh.
budget was really probably like 170 to 180 million, right? So we'll go with that.
Yeah.
So then for advertising for a movie like this, you're going to take that budget, you're going to double it. So really, it probably costs about $360 million to get this movie out there. And then
Holy shit.
you got to
Pedro
understand,
Pascal Pedro Pascal made 350 grand an episode for the first two seasons of The Mandalorian.
wow, that's a lot. But you're not going to be able to find how much she got paid for this movie, I don't think. But
Yeah.
it doesn't matter, right?
Not
We'll
yet at
assume
least.
we'll assume 360 million for the cost.
Yeah.
And then you got to take that and understand that of the gross earnings that theaters make, uh like the gross earnings, theater and tax accounts for about half of that. So,
Yeah.
in order to break even, this movie probably needs to make like $700 million to break even. And
Uh
on this opening weekend, the movie has grossed 165 million. They're not going to make it. And even if it does break even, then that means they just wasted their time spending years working on this movie. Because they would just be back where they
I
started. They probably need to make like $1 billion for this to have been worth their time, and there's no way this movie's not going to have legs. Who's going to go see this next weekend?
you know, not to bring politics into this, but there's a
Oh,
growing belief that there is a large syndicate of like evil egalitarians that are essentially running the world. And there's all this
egalitarians,
shadow stuff. Or not egalitarian,
oligarchs. Is that the word you're looking for?
elitists,
Oh,
elitists,
elitists.
elitist oligarchs, people like that who are running syndicates and stuff and controlling. Like Hollywood is under control of yada yada, and this is under control yada yada, and it just obviously money rules the world. At the end of the day, essentially every single person's motivation, sadly, is going to be money. Star Wars is on a run for the past it's the big 2026. Since 2015, Star Wars has been making media that is critically acclaimed as awful.
The
No one
opposite of
has the
critically
only
acclaimed,
thing,
critically hated.
yeah. The the only thing that has received any praise, the only things, I should say. The Force Awakens when it first came out. Rogue One is sort of liked. Andor.
The Last Jedi
Out
got
of
a lot
so
of
many
praise from
things.
some people. And
Yeah, but not
Mandalorian
anymore.
got some praise early on for the first two seasons. And then there's at least a half a dozen people who like the Acolyte.
There's at least like four or five.
But like
But
compared to like award-winning movies, TV shows, or like the old Star Wars movies, like their stock is so low, man. Lucasfilm.
and I just don't understand because they're giving the people who are destroying it more power. And every single fan in the audience is saying, please stop letting Kathleen Kennedy and Jon Favreau and Dave Filoni and J.J. Abrams make these things.
Well,
They're destroying it.
that's where you're wrong, because most of the fans blame KK, they blame Kathleen Kennedy, and because Dave Filoni and Jon Favreau did the Clone Wars, they see them as like the saviors of Star Wars, right? And also J.J. Abrams, he's gone. They got rid of him after The Rise of Skywalker because obviously he hasn't made a movie since. He's in director jail. Poor JJ. That wasn't even really his fault, honestly. I don't blame JJ for The Rise of
Yeah.
Skywalker. Um, but Disney did get rid of KK because like, and they put Dave Filoni in charge because the belief is that Dave Filoni actually cares about Star Wars and he's gonna save it. But clearly he isn't, because this movie is like a complete flop. It's going to completely flop. Disney is going to lose money on this, or they might break even. And if they break even, we already said it's a huge waste of time. So like,
This is astonishing to me.
and
It just baffles me.
the trap that Disney's in, this is a very interesting trap, right? They don't
Uh-huh.
make original movies anymore, like at all. They make franchise movies that are usually blockbusters, that are usually very expensive to produce. And the problem with producing a very expensive blockbuster, like if people think your movie's going to be good and they go see it, you're going to make a ton of money because those are the movies that draw in the general audiences. But like if your reputation is such that the movie probably isn't going to be very good and not very many people go to see it, it's going to be a huge money pit. You're going to get dropped deep in the money pit. And that's what's happening to them right now. It's happening with Marvel, it's happening with Star Wars, because they don't actually know how to make good media. They just know how to make like crowd pleasing media. And the irony of crowd pleasing stuff is that it doesn't please the crowd forever.
Yeah.
So they are
It
stuck
will
with
only
very
stand up
expensive
in the
projects that won't be successful. You take this against like Blumhouse that throws $1 million or $2 million at a horror project and then it always profits.
yeah, and it's like they aren't even good half the time.
Oh,
It's just
half the
an
time, way more
overpowered
than half the
like
time.
money.
It's
It's just
just
a money
they're
tree.
just so cheap to produce, and people will always go see horror because it's always just like a fun thing for teenagers to go see. There will always be an audience for it.
Yeah.
It's not like these movies will burn out on audiences. Horror, even if it's bad, will never burn out. And then there's
Yeah.
examples too of like, you know, they make Obsession for $1.5 million, including advertising, and right now it's grossed like 60 or 70 million dollars.
And it's still making money.
And in fact, the second weekend it did much better than the first because the word of mouth around that movie's been so good. So,
Also, China, which is obviously not the American market, but in China, they're airing the movie for another month, which is insane.
oh yeah, that movie's just gonna keep stacking money at the box office. It might. I wouldn't be
Mhm.
surprised if it grossed more money throughout its whole theatrical run than Mandalorian and Grogu. Wouldn't that be nuts if that happened?
Oh, I won't be surprised at all. I already like
But
as soon as the movie started, I was thinking about that. I was like, this movie is gonna make less money than Obsession.
it could happen. We'll wait with bated breath. We'll see what happens. But you don't even need to make $70 million on a movie if you're Blumhouse. You need to make like 5 million, and you've won. You've produced something.
Yeah,
You've invested very little time into making something very cheap, and you're just printing cash. Whereas Disney and these other big studios are stuck with these huge, big budget blockbusters that no one really wants to see anymore because they just know what's coming. It's a very,
I just
very interesting state that like media and cinema are in at the moment.
how much money does it cost to call up Tony Gilroy and say, listen, dude, you're good at making movies. Can you just read this script, point out the big issues you see, and we'll work on fixing them?
Well,
Like,
interestingly
obviously, that
enough,
wouldn't help with the Mandalorian and
Dave
Grogu.
Filoni, like, he actively dislikes Andor, or at least that's what's rumored to be the case, and I totally
What?
believe it because Dave Filoni is Dave Filoni is like the
The
type of
worst person on
person to
earth.
watch that and be like, "This isn't real Star Wars," you know? He's of that same category of person. He's all about, the
I
lightsabers and the
can't
references and the lore and stuff like that. That's his thing.
I can't comprehend being that dumb.
It
I
was
know that
we
ad
might have been
hominems
better
never
off
help you,
with
but I just
Kathleen
like,
Kennedy. Because the thing about Kathleen Kennedy
well, at
is
least
that
Kathleen
she
Kennedy we got Andor, dude.
well, that's what I'm saying. Kathleen Kennedy is a good producer, objectively. Like, if you look at her resume, she's
Uh-huh.
produced a lot of great movies because she's just really good at like making it happen for the writers and the directors. They come
Yeah.
to her with a project, she has no idea if the project is good or not. It doesn't matter to her. She's just there to help you get it made, whatever it takes, because she's a producer,
Yeah.
right? She's very good at that. Um, so like Dave Filoni and John Favreau and all these guys come to her with all these terrible shows. She's just like, all right, let's make it happen. Tony Gilroy shows up with Andor. Let's make it happen. And they just make it happen. Whereas Dave Filoni is a lot more like he considers himself to be very artistic and he considers himself to be the Star Wars expert. Like he is George Lucas's protege. George Lucas worked with him directly before he worked with anyone else. Well, not before he worked with anyone else, but he like Dave Filoni was like his
You mentored
apprentice.
him.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So he considers himself to be like I'm the authority on what Star Wars should be, and now I'm in charge of Lucasfilm. So we will never ever get something like Andor again because he would never approve it. Are you
I
depressed?
just, it's so infuriating. What?
I said, are you depressed?
Yeah, dude, it's just so frustrating that George, like, obviously, I've never been a huge Star Wars fan to begin with, but George Lucas created such a blank slate of a universe with systems in place that there can be a world easily where Disney makes Star Wars movies for the rest of eternity because there's so much you can do in that universe. But they just I don't understand why we can't have a good movies and good shows. It doesn't make sense to me how something so bad as this movie can make it all the way from an idea to existing. It's it's astonishing. It's just no passion, no soul. You could not tell the difference between the script of Mandalorian and Grogu and an AI Star Wars script. If anything, the AI Star Wars script would be better than this
Yeah,
because
I
this is
seriously
just
do. I
slop.
think the AI would have a better
It,
understanding of like continuity at the very least, and
yeah,
I actually think
like,
it would write better dialogue. That's
oh yeah,
that's the weirdest part. AI dialogue would be better than what is in this film. I guess the question now we have to ask is like, what's next? Like, what are they gonna do? What is Lucasfilm gonna create? Like, we have
I'm pretty sure
confirmed.
they're already working on new
Well, yeah,
Star
we
Wars
have
movies.
confirmed like Ahsoka season 2 is in production, and Starfighter is supposed to come out next year, and I think it's starring Ryan Gosling, which I could actually see that kind of drawing some eyes because people be like, "Ooh, Ryan Gosling," but it's not gonna be good. It's gonna be terrible, unfortunately.
We have Ahsoka season 2 is in production. Starfighter, Star Wars: Dawn of the Jedi announced theatrical project
What?
release date TBA. Star Wars: New Jedi Order announced theatrical project release date TBA. Star Wars
Okay,
Vision
well,
presents The
if
Night
they're announced
Jedi.
release date TVA, they've announced a ton of stuff like that where it doesn't ever happen. So,
Uh-huh.
like, I don't even know if we can say with confidence that that's true. But I'm just curious, like, Disney's got to be looking at these numbers right now and quaking in their boots. And what are they going to do? Like, what are they going to change to make these like projects more financially successful? Are they
I
just going to
think
stop
there
making
are
them?
I think there's two options. I think either A, they double down on the fan service and the slop because for
That'll
some reason
probably
they
work,
associate
actually.
this slop. Uh, or the only other option is they just stop. I don't see a world where they ever recognize their mistakes and say, we're going to actually make something that the fans deserve. They're just going to either keep churning out slop or say, or like, If they ever do stop making Star Wars, I think it will be an aggressive like lash out at the community, and I think they will be like, there will be a public statement from Dave Filoni of like, I wanted to make more Star Wars movies, but you guys wouldn't show up to
You
see it,
guys
so we're
wouldn't
not
let
going to be
me.
making anymore. Like
uh,
that's all I see coming out of this universe. I hope that's not true. I hope I'm wrong. I hope I'm wrong so bad because all I want is good movies. All I want is more good stories, and
less
it's
bad ones.
infuriating. It's infuriating that these people who are the people who made this not only are acclaimed directors and writers, but they claim to be passionate about this. They claim to care about what they're doing, and it's astonishing to me that you could ever willingly put your name next to a project as bad as this.
I think Dave Filoni believes that this is like a great movie. I seriously think he does.
I
Like,
don't bel
as
I
opposed to
cannot
Kathleen
fathom being
Kennedy, who
that stupid.
I think Kathleen Kennedy has no perception of what a good movie is, and she just doesn't care. She's just producing things. I think Dave Filoni looks at this and he's like, "This is art. This is beautiful." He sees himself in that cowboy hat. He's like, "Yeah, yeah,
I
this
don't
is what we like to
I
see."
can't believe that.
I
You
can't
would
believe he
actually
put
have to be
himself in the
probably the
movie
dumbest
and
person
named
on earth.
himself Trapper Wolf.
I just can't fathom a world where anyone is this stupid.
Well, unfortunately, you're
It
living in
genuinely
that
doesn't make
world,
sense to me.
so I can totally fathom that people that dumb exist, but I can't fathom how they got these jobs. I guess like it's literally just because George Lucas happened to like work with this guy on the Clone Wars and like train him or whatever
I've never written a script before, Disney. I will make all your movie. I will write all your scripts for free,
for
and I
free.
promise you they will be better than this.
Yeah,
I
they
will do
would
it for
be.
no money. You don't even have to put my name in it.
Well, I think
Dear God.
Disney's perspective on like these IPs is basically like people will get tired of them eventually, so let's just keep like shitting out movies until people stop going to see them, and then we'll move on to pillage the next IP. But the funny thing about that is, like, Andor's existence just proves them completely wrong. People don't get tired of
Yeah.
IPs. They get tired of like slop,
Shit.
of
They
just
get tired of slop.
endless slop. Or at least most people do, because I guarantee it. If like Luke Skywalker showed up in this movie or Darth Vader or something, a significant portion of the people who are saying this movie was a boring nothing burger would be like, "That was great," and
Yeah,
that's
I agree.
depressing. That is just depressing.
You know, every single person in this country has to do 12 years of English, and not a single, like, you have a 25% chance of going up to someone on a street and having that person understand anything about story writing.
Well, it just so happens that most of those 12 years of English are just repeating the same lesson over and over and over again. So there's that.
It's just infuriating.
We could, there could be a
Storytelling?
whole tangent on like the public education system, but that's not what we're here to do, unfortunately. We're here to complain about this movie.
Storytelling is probably the most important thing anyone can do as a
I couldn't
human
agree
is
more.
create
Story, like
stories.
humans are such narrative beings. We need stories. Everything we do is reframed into some kind of narrative. Everything that happens is a narrative of some kind. Stories are just fictional
I
narratives.
I really hope Curry Barker's next movie is better than Obsession.
I hope you
I
watched our
want.
video.
I
And
he didn't, but that would be
but
awesome.
I
I'll
gotta
send it to him
say,
on Instagram.
as many complaints as or as many issues as we did have with Obsession,
It
watching The
was.
Mandalorian and Grogu really put that into perspective for me of just like, I am so glad that movie came out. Like that was like really, really great experience watching that. And unfortunately,
Yeah,
well, we'll see what's coming out next week and figure out what to cover. That should be interesting. But I don't really have anything more to say, man. This has been a terrible, terrible, exhausting time. And
yeah.
no, it's been fun.
I think if you
Doing this
don't hear from
podcast
me,
was more fun than watching the movie.
yeah, if you don't hear from me, it's probably because I killed myself because I had to think about this
Oh
movie
yeah,
for
dude, they're
more
gonna
than
find
two
me
minutes.
hanging from a bridge somewhere or like Well,
It's like the end of Shawshank Redemption. James was here.
well, dude, I guess that's it then. Anybody who watched to this point, you're a trooper, man. You're a trooper. I hope you didn't have to watch
Good
this
job.
movie and you just came to watch the video. All right. Bye. See you later.
Back to the colony.
Back to the colony.